just got here.
Yeah, can we get someone from the team? Because I connected, it sees the output. I did mirroring. I don't see any.
None of these
No,
keys
no,
work?
they don't need to. Because it So I got mirroring. I got mirroring, but I don't see anything. Nothing goes out.
One second. Don't. Okay, take. I see another one in this. Oh, 1 second. Sorry. What is this other? I think this is. Okay. Don't lose more time. Let me ask you a question. I think I don't see the.
This is not connected to the.
Hello everyone, welcome, good morning. We have two link here for the AI and ML process of the QA.
It clearly goes somewhere.
Yeah,
Because it advertises the device. So, because if I look at this, there are two of them.
Yeah, the guys from the system is coming.
okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we had it on our e-reader, so we have the logo up there. Yeah, we just have to do input select and HT patch. Do you have sound in it?
I don't know. Does it work?
Yeah.
Looks like it.
Yep. We're 2 minutes.
So we should start?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So this is supposed to be an investigative work. I kind of started with using Silverblue as my workstation, connected to my home FreeIPA deployment. And basically I'm using all the features of FreeIPA from the Silverblue to figure out, well, how does it help or does it not help to promote it. And this kind of investigation led to a few open points, and I will go with them. But yesterday I just tried to have a fresh look at this. So let's say just take the a new installation, and obviously the default Fedora Silverblue image, it doesn't include anything that you would actually need to have on the system to enroll into a domain. So none of the FreeIPA client packages and all the dependencies, they are missing. Same with the deployment with Active Directory, for example. You need to have at least SSSD there, or you need to have Samba, Winbind, and modules and whatnot. And they are missing on these images. So the whole idea is that you build custom image, obviously. But the way how it's structured is that, yes, you can build the image, yes, you can rebase RPM OS 3 to the installation to the new image, and that's flawless and that works and so on. But in reality, it would be a first installation done with the official images, unless you build your own installer with it. And most people don't do so. Like yesterday, we had the Ublu talk, and in that one, and if you look into Ublu website and try to download something, they are telling you that you install Fedora Silverblue images and then rebase to the ones that are there, for example. So, okay, I did that. I installed Silverblue and rebase it to my custom image that I'm using on my laptop. So this is an experiment with the VM, but okay. And obviously we want to have some sort of a fleet that is registered automatically and enrolled or unenrolled when machines go away. But first we need to do some manual stuff. So on the first attempt, you get a typical installation, and that fails horribly. And that's a failure, no such file or directory. The directory itself, wirely IPA client sysrestore, is actually part of RPM package. So it should have been there, but it's not. And the reason is because the whole war has a pretty special handling in the RPM OS 3 concept. So it was created by the original Silverblue installation, right? And after it's created, it's not really touched until applications care themselves on upgrading and updating the data there. So you do a rebase to an image that includes the packages that are needed to be there, but that rebased image doesn't have anything from, it doesn't replace the original var. That original var is preserved, and whatever was in the image is basically silently dropped. You have no idea. To be fair, this is all in RPM OS 3 documentation. If you're building on it, you need to understand and so on. But this means that packages need to be adopted to handle this. And the other part is that in reality it becomes a bit awkward if you have the same packages supporting normal installations without a mutable environment, because on one hand the package has folders and files that registered in the RPM database. On the other hand, it should have, for example, TMP files D snippet that says, hey, create these files. So basically by creating them through systemd TMP files D, you're sort of violating the environmental requirements on a normal system, non-immutable. It's conflict of approaches, because as soon as the TMP files D snippet would be active on a normal system, it might change the permissions or whatever happens on this system, and might trigger RPM verification of the entries as like this is modified now. So that's kind of a thing that we're still fairly bad at finding answer for, regardless whether it's IPA or something else. It's just a common problem. Okay, fixing that, fixing as a Linux context, which also wouldn't be propagated automatically. I get further and fail to start one of the components, the certmonger. When looking into the certmonger, I actually find out that it simply cannot find another directory. So this is now a recurring topic. This another package that needs to be fixed with the thing like the TMP files. So yeah, good. Some bugs can be filed. I will file them and fix it and use. The good part is that after we're done with these kind of fixes in the system, yeah, we're successful. We can enroll, and all the rest will just work. So seems to be okay. At least IPA client side does not really complicate things beyond, well, literally a single problem with the var stuff. But okay, this is where things become interesting. So if we want to support both types of deployment, and in fact it's not both, it's more than two, it's like 3 or 4 types of environments that we deal with, we have to somehow build a monster that knows where it lives and adjusts itself. So we become kind of doing what the in horticulture they are doing by grafting different species of the trees together to make it resilient and better. So adjusting the IPA to OS3 realities in parts of it is kind of easy. With the TMP files, we understand how the thing is good. Some of them not so easy. Some of them may prompt actually rethinking what you can do with the stuff. And frankly, some of these rethinking should have happened earlier as well. And it's not related to running on a mutable system, but we get away in past because we didn't really have an argument for changes like that. I will come to them. So some of those are like configuration thingy is probably the biggest one. So I will not be talking with the TMP files about IPA server side intentionally. If I will have some time left, I will talk about it. But client side today, it got enough problems in itself. But the configuration generators is the interesting part. So bigger part of IPA installers is discovering where you work. What is the environment? And then generating the config files. So there are two big parts of these config files, the like SSSD configuration and in general the system identity and authentication configuration. That includes we kind of outsourced part of it to additional utilities like auth select configures the NS switch and PAM stack and so on. And on the other side we have some bits and snippets for OpenSSH to trigger certain behaviorals and so on. And the other part is Kerberos. The Kerberos part is kind of discovering where in which environment you're working and then configuring it specifically to your machine. Some of these configuration files, and probably almost all of them, maybe aside OpenSSH, they have things like host names, which are specific to an instance that you are deploying. So they cannot be pre-provided. They have to be generated on the system. But on the other side, there's also various system D services that needs to be enabled. So there's something active that happens. You cannot put this just into the image building process. Specifically, like discovering what host names will be, what system will use to kind of talk to which servers and so on. This is highly dependent on the deployment, not the build process. If we use something through the build process, then we need to solve a different problem. So, okay, there is a way to kind of get different contexts through the build and derive them. I think UBlue is actually using now this for with this from something as something and then copying out of that context. So we can provide a way for admins to basically tune, configure files, and they do tuning a lot in the enterprise environments by tuning on top of what we tune. They put a lot of settings, for example, when they know where a machine is deployed, they do like tuning on what servers they have to talk to, what timeouts are. Sometimes defaults are not enough. They have to rise them or drop them, change the order of servers to communicate the priorities and so on, drop or add some filtering and so on. So this would be a good way for having this data as a configuration that is can be derived and produced as a separate image and then consumed by the tooling. But we need to figure out how generic enough it should be to derive this thing and have it. Okay.
On the stream, they're hard. Mm-hmm. Sorry about that.
Yep. And this kind of tooling does not exist that produces it from existing configurations. So because yes, you can collect files, you can put in them somewhere, but it's best if you have an installation and you can use the data from existing installation to generate your kind of bootstrap that process. We don't have these tools, and we probably should have. So this is a larger project in itself to kind of allow admins to turn existing installation into a prototype of your immutable image building kind of thing. I guess it also would help this kind of idea in other projects as well. And the other part is the same installer need to continue working in mutable environments, in non-OS3 environments. So it needs to be detecting in which environment it is and detect and what do itself, maybe adjust automatically. So this is the part that we will have to figure out how this all connects together. But as you can see, the traditional one still works. So this is not a big pressure on us. What is becoming interesting with the immutable systems is that they basically both change how you look at the images at the runtime and also how you should treat certain threads when you're distributing them. So we might have a better domain join experience because we are having immutable environment and we have some tooling that allows us to validate how things come into immutable environment specifically. So I will look at this. And one thing to notice, which pretty similar to standard kind of containerized things, is that, OS3 image is accessible. It's somewhere in the registry. Yes, registry can be protected, but think about organizational registry. Literally all people in the organization have credentials to access that registry, most likely, if they are deploying systems. In case your, let's say, workstation is deployed this way, then your machine has access to that registry, obviously, because it will be upgrading. So in reality, you cannot use the fact that registry is protected as a deterrence against attackers who want to attack the systems in it. And we should treat the content in the registry as a publicly available even within the organization. Again, that means that all the security things, the secrets specifically, cannot be in the image. They have to be supplied somewhere. And this is no problem. This is like a problem with the public cloud providers, and they have solutions, intensive solutions for this. Some of these kind of solutions might apply here, some of not. But with the immutable images that we have here, we have an interesting outcome. So there's ability to check the integrity of the layers in the image, where they come from, how they were assigned, who modified them, do we trust those who signed those images, and particular layers that we're interested in, and so on. So if we do something with this at the deployment time, we can actually trust more the data on disk than we trust now. So IPA client, when it's being installed, it tries to poke into the environment and, for example, discover all the certificate chains that has to be trusted on the machine to make things working. And this is kind of important, especially if you have the certificate authority that is part of your organization. And there is a chicken and egg problem. So you cannot do authentication without certain types of authentication without trust in the connections and trust in the certificate chains. But in order to obtain certificate chains securely and trust in that, you have to authenticate somewhere. Or you trust the content on the disk. And here, with the immutable images, we come to an interesting part. If we have a way to assure that the content on the disk was not changed and comes from something we trust, which was intentionally built as a part of our image, then we have a way to basically avoid authenticating before getting all this content. The content on disk, we already have a mechanism to verify with the Verity and other stuff that it is good one. So there is a really good benefit from having these signatures and SBOM and all the details as a part of the OCI image and so on. So that's the good part. And obviously we don't have this now, but it's probably a good general thing to have a mechanism to query, okay, is this file the true file, or it was changed by, I don't know, unlocking immutable image, modifying it, and putting it in place. If we see that it wasn't really touched, then we can rely on it. And the same thing actually happens with the other stuff. So if we have like factory provisioning, there's a bunch of stuff that it's get set at the production of those boxes, and then only when they deploy it in somewhere in the woods, we see what's there. But we don't have even access over network to validate them. The only thing we have is there. So kind of the model of threat is similar, or if not the same, and the features of the OCI runtime and the imaging can help here a lot. So credentials, where we get the credentials, typically they get side-loaded. So ignition, all these cloud init things and so on, they get extensive use of it, but it's really not something you can trust fully, because the if you deploy in cloud, there's a cloud provider who can mess, right? If you can inject stuff with the systemd creds, that's great. Container runtimes and VM hypervisors, they have mechanisms to attach certain things like TPMs or HSMs and so on, or just pull in some binary things that systemd creds can pick up and then use it. Or you can connect the tokens with the real hardware to the system and then rely on it. And obviously, if you have the TPMs, you can have the CAC in the TPM that is signed by something from your organization, so you can have a provenance chain inside the image that you can use to verify that this is the TPM that kind of connected to your organization. So things can be worked out, but how you can use them together? Because when people deploy IPA hosts, they typically look into two scenarios. So one of them is, okay, I have privileged user who can make enrollment, or I can generate what we call one-time password, which is literally a one-time code that a host object can use to enroll itself. It cannot be used after you get the this one-time operation done. Well, 2 years ago, we got interesting request. I don't know customer. This is the guy who filed the request is one of Red Hat technical account managers. And this is the interesting kind of request about literally factory-produced boxes that run somewhere stripped to the antenna, 5G antenna somewhere, and the only thing they have assurance about is what they put at the factory. And they can vary, unlike the kind of normal images from the registry, they can vary some content, which is, in this case, the certificate that they provision. And that certificate has nothing to do with IPA. It's the certificate specific to the whatever is appliance is doing. And they want to use something like this. So this looks like a reasonable request. And the only thing is, okay, we don't know properties of the certificate, so we cannot really tell people, is it working or not? And we started looking into what we can do. And the one thing that IPA does well is basically Kerberos, right? So we look at this, and Kerberos has a variety of methods. If you will come to the second presentation I have in the afternoon, I will be talking about a lot of this stuff, different methods how we authenticate. But one of these is so-called PKI init. PKI init is basically use of public cryptography to do some exchange between the client and Kerberos key distribution center, and they basically agree on something like TLS client certificate thing. Not exactly, but it's close enough to think about it. So on the KDC side, there is a mechanism that basically says, okay, I got this certificate from the client. Can I map it to certain Kerberos principle? And each host that's been enrolled is a Kerberos service or Kerberos principle. So if we can map them somehow, then we can authenticate as that Kerberos principle. And that Kerberos principle basically can change its own password, can do certain things on itself. So if I can authenticate as the host while holding just a certificate that can be mapped to that host, then that's enough. I can enroll myself. The only requirement here is that KDC actually knows about this host. So it has to be pre-created before enrollment. So we did some changes and allow it to pass the various things that needs to be used by Kerberos to key in it with this. It's a what we call smart card authentication, but literally you can get this from anything, like just certificate file and key, or use some TPM over PKCS 11 token or HSM, and overall you can even forward this remotely from this machine to a different one with P11 kit. That's really handy thing because you can do SSH into the machine forward the P11 kit request to your machine, and on the machine you will never have actual hardware or actual files that represent the smart card, and still it will work. That's handy because admins have a full control over the material, and it's just Unix domain socket that been forwarded back and forth. But there is always a catch. So one of those catches is that this mapping can be hard to configure by the administrators. And Fraser Twidale from our team, he found out that there was a possibility of LDAP query injection, similar to SQL query injection, in the mapping process if you're not careful enough. So for example, if you have DNS name SAN in the certificate, that is a wildcard, star dot something, you can inject that into the LDAP query and match more than you want to match. So it's a funny thing. It didn't affect IPA, but it did affect some other use cases. Fix it since that time. This was presented 2 years ago. Forced them, and I would recommend to watch it because it's educational. And so we did this support in general, and then started looking how we can use this for our own. So IPA supports now using certificate to enroll the machines. How we can actually make it easier to enroll the machines. And part of our team is working on the domain and identity services for the hybrid cloud console that Red Hat provides, this console.redhat.com. And part of it is, it's basically creating machine images and then deploying them into cloud providers. So you can do Amazon machine or Azure machine or whatever, your local cloud and so on. And it's not available yet fully, but it's in staging. It was presented at this year Red Hat Summit, so it is there. And the idea is that, okay, you can connect this console to your IPA deployment, and then the machines that you deploy through the console, they automatically get enrolled into the IPA environment. And the way they do is they basically need to have some things on the IPA server side to control who can and cannot use this mechanism automatically. And there is a client integration part. So the client side part is very simple. And because this is Red Hat's service, which is typically supposed to work with the RHEL machines. These RHEL machines need to have entitlement to access the resources, so it uses the RHSM, right, to get the subscription for the machine. And that entitlement is actually a X509 certificate. So we can use that certificate, which is a machine that is registered with the cloud already. So it has in the entitlement certificate information to which organization it belongs to. We can map that organization on the console side to to the IPA server side as well, and kind of do this a triangle of trust between the machine, the console, and the IPA deployment to use it all. So there are a few things that should be kind of changed on the IPA server side, mostly about trust in the RHSM or insights, trust of CA trust, because it's a separate one and so on. But in the end, it looks similarly to any other deployment using PKI in it, in IPA. So basically, you just pass the parameters that you use there. Only that you don't pass it. It's the system automatically registers itself on the first boot and automatically enrolls itself on the first boot. So once you get to the machine, you can use all the IPA features on it. So it gets all the centralized users. You don't need to handle one user. You don't need to use SSH keys because you can use all the mechanisms that IPA supports for users, like all the passwordless methods we have. You can use all the sudo rules, HBAC rules, and all. This is automatic, and that's the nice part. So it took some time to get this fleshed out, and we made, as I showed, this separate project for it. The Pod and Go is the Portugal breed of dogs, and also play on Pod and Go because the server side of it is written in Go and deployed as pods and so on. Coming back to the client. Okay, you have a client that is registered with the system. Enterprise systems, they have one interesting kind of property. They always have regulations, compliance that is making things annoying for many users, but very important to actual business organizations. So, for example, U.S. government enforces a certain part of the FIPS 140-3 requirements, and that means, and this is a big part of what RHEL is doing in general in security, that means that all applications have to follow certain policies, the crypto policies that we define. It's a lot of different things, but it's a combination of configuration files for crypto libraries and other applications, and also software. So basically libraries, plugins, and so on. So yes, you have them on the system, but a typical use for immutable systems like RPMOS3 based ones is that you don't really install applications into the main kind of system. You install them in environments within your system. Basically truths everywhere in like, they are not truths, but they're truths, literally. Namespaces with its own binaries, with its own configuration files, and so on. There is some effort in the Flatpaks, for example, to transparently promote some of the configuration files from the host. For example, the what is there? Resolve.conf hosts and some other known parts gets promoted so that you get some blended setup. With the toolbox and DistroBox, you get even more files promoted, but not really everything. So you quickly realize that if you installed, for example, Firefox from Flatpak, that one will not be FIPS compliant, even if your system isn't working in FIPS, because it doesn't have all the same content that should be using the FIPS module that is certified by government. So the binary within that Flatpak might not be the same binary that is actually certified and should be used. And that's a huge concern for those organizations, but it's not really addressed well. The other problem is that these libraries, the configuration files might include references to plugins that don't exist within your executional environment. So, for example, if you have, if you use Toolbox and your system built on Fedora 40, but your Toolbox is using Fedora 38 or RHEL 7 or RHEL 8 because you want to build packages within it. chances are that you don't have the appropriate components installed within that toolbox instance that would be using the same configuration that's on the host. So, for example, your configuration on the host is using Kerberos with passwordless methods. But your toolbox has Kerberos enabled, but it doesn't have plugins that support your particular passwordless method. So, for example, FIDO2 tokens. So, you get an error because even if you copy configuration files over into the toolbox, even Flatpak, these are incorrect. They reference objects that are not existing. Kerberos library will fail to load at runtime these parts and will not use your stuff. It will be using maybe only password-based authentication, but not the passwordless. And if your setup is that you cannot use passwords, you only can use smart cards, or you can use FIDO2 tokens, passkeys, and so on, then you're left with the idea that you cannot use Kerberos within, or at least not initiate acquisition of a ticket within that environment, like Flatpak or Toolbox. And this is unsolved problem, because in general it's framework-specific and application-specific knowledge that needs to be somehow funneled inside the environment and at odds with the environment, because there is no guarantee, there is no literally no way to tell that the software from the host and software within that toolbox or Flatpak environment are binary compatible. So either we leave it as it is and document and make confusion for future, or we should think something. For example, an easy way is to ensure that components that you use, for example, Flatpaks, are built using the same runtime levels, more or less, and if you have some legacy stuff or advanced stuff, you should not be using the features that shouldn't work there. But that's kind of, I can see how this complicates life of the administrators, definitely, especially debugging and explaining to the customers why they cannot print on a printer from a PDF application that was installed from Flatpak and cannot use their Kerberos ticket, or cannot start acquiring that Kerberos ticket or something. And this is literally what I have. And we have some time to discuss if you have any questions. I promised that I wouldn't be talking about the server side, IPA server. The server is a difficult story because it's making a lot of assumptions. And some of these assumptions different for server running in a VM and a server running in a container. So we have FreeIPA container upstream project that basically wraps normal tooling with something that detects the use cases based on how instance is launched. And it uses some different places where to put the data, because you cannot really modify certain things. But recently we started looking into bootc, which is basically producing a single image that can be used as a container and deployed to a VM. So when it's deployed to VM, it will have the same kind of issues with the var and so on. So probably less of them, because it's like you deploy from scratch. So if you have that image, it will probably have var properly properly populated during the creation time. So only when you start rebasing you get the problem. But for the container basically starts a specific application as its init point, and that would not work with this approach. So we need to fix one or fix the other. In both cases, fix both of them.
Yeah, so you talked about one of the user experience issues, specifically like around printing in a domain joined environment, because if you install from a Flatpak, you don't have access to the Kerberos ticket, therefore it's not being sent. Are there any other like big obvious, user experience issues that users will have with trying to utilize an atomic system in, like a domain joined environment? I'm very curious to know like the other things that people would run into.
Network and file system mounting from within the namespaces, so Flatpaks and so on, accessing them directly will have a bit of trouble. So setting things up with the sub-ID, GID will be something we would need to look into properly. Also because if you have host credentials, they are on the host, not within the okay. A day has passed, so I have to reconnect, hopefully. And that means that you always have this trouble with the host side and within the namespace side thingy. Let me close this one. But at the same time, there are some projects who are trying to build what they call portals, right? Trying to isolate access to the actual host system through some services, DBus-based services that kind of provided. So maybe that can be used to avoid some of these issues, but somebody has to write these portals and specifically handle the cases where printing authentication should happen on the host or in a specialized namespace and access it through the portal. There are a few ugly things. They are like the applications that really need direct access to the credentials. It's the way we try to solve it is through GSS proxy. GSS proxy is a tooling that basically hides access, direct access to credentials. It encrypts them, and applications using GSS API with Kerberos mechanism work transparently. Until recently, maybe late last year, GSS proxy was not really usable within these Flatpak style environments. This was fixed. There are still few things that needs to be fixed, but this one should work. In general, what is missing is a comprehensive testing of all these kind of setup. There's so many bugs lurking around, and they are not being tested by basic infrastructural test for Fedora, Silverblue, or by UBlue, because you don't care about that yet. And specifically because Silverblue has no components that would allow to use it. But in Fedora, in OpenQA, we have comprehensive testing of IPA and Samba AD. So we have environments. We can technically create Silverblue-based enterprise client images and then enroll them in those environments and try testing. So we had some discussion about this with Fedora QA people yesterday, and hopefully we'll get the plan to continue on it. This brings some interesting testing that nobody is doing. to all of this.
That was literally going to be my follow-up question. Have
Yeah.
we talked about the
Yep, yep, yeah. It's the question of finding resources, meaning people and time, to have it all. But even spelling out these problems is useful, because in many cases people don't understand outside of the environment. And it seemed to be most of the immutable work is kind of parallel to the enterprise environment. They do not really overlap experience-wise as people. So it's useful to cross over all of this. Yep. Any other question? Yeah. So thank you very much.
try it, or is there any specific?
Not that I know of, just HDMI.
I'll try to find it.
You're not, you don't have audio.
No, nothing.
No. I've already made
Just
that
a
mistake.
presentation.
I've already made that mistake once, and looks like this. Surprisingly, no issues yet.
I'm gonna switch back to the background, and when we start,
Okay.
I'll get back.
Which
Probably I shouldn't.
can we use both, or should we use, like, we will switch during
The
the
microphone.
presentation, just the regarding the microphone?
You can use this as well.
Yeah, and this one
You
should.
can take it out. And only if there are questions from the audience, I can.
Okay.
Will be. Should I switch it on?
No, the one in the left. Until the LED turns green, I think.
Ah.
And if you press it again, it'll turn red, I think. It is mute, right? Yeah. Open.
Yeah. Okay. Už ty budeš na ten nános? Ty budeš na ten nános? Popripaj z toho.
The cable looks like it's a hard time these days. Not touching it. Yeah, including the yeah.
Hi, everyone. Thank you all for coming. And next workshop, or the next topic is orchestrating FreeIPA programs in Fedora and Kubernetes. Sorry, again. Well, here.
Okay, so hello everyone. There are two of us that will present a bit about Packit. I'm František and I'm the product owner of Packit, so I'll be the one that should be happy to see all the new requests coming and saying ideally yes to everything. And I'm joined by Laura, who is the more technical one and cautious and careful to what to include in our code base. So, what we have prepared for you, we prepared a bit recapitulation of the Fedora release process. Closer, okay. So, a bit of recap of the Fedora release process, then what Packit can do on this field, and then we'll show a bit how we get to the state Packit is currently, and what we are trying to do to engage with the community, and a lot of news. So with the first two parts, we'll try to be really quick because we've realized that there is a lot of new stuff going on. So what can Packit do for you? Our ultimate goal is that we would like to make the upstream developers and downstream maintainers closer together and make friends of each other. So that's our ultimate goal. And how we are doing this is splitting like Packit into two parts. One is that we act as an upstream CI, so on GitHub or GitLab, we try to provide like builds using Copper, tests using testing farm, VM image builds using image builder, scratch Koji builds using Koji. So, and with the downstream part, we are trying to automate, like starting from the upstream release through the dist-git, then Koji and Bodhi. Regarding the upstream CI, we will have a talk in the afternoon together with a guy from testing farm. So come to that. We will not touch this much now. So. Let's take a look how the code gets to Fedora Linux users. So we are starting from the top. There is an upstream project on GitHub, GitLab, or maybe somewhere else. Then we need to take the release, put the archive to the look-aside cache. Maybe this will not be relevant anymore soon, but currently this is the state. And the new version needs to be also enhanced in the dist-git, currently Pagure. We'll see how much outdated this slide will be in the future. When the code or new changes are made in the spec file in dist-git, we need to trigger a build in Koji. Then, if we have successful build, we can move to the Bodhi and create a so-called update. And there is karma, like voting on the update. And if this is successful, the new version finally gets to the user that can use either DNF or GNOME software or anything to get the update. So yeah, it's quite a lot of steps, and in Packit we said, like, let's help the people in this. So what we are trying to do is automate as much as possible and let the user act only when and where needed. So now you don't need to check if there is an upstream release. We can listen to these events or automatically. So that's our job and not yours anymore. We can put the archive to the look-aside cache and open a dist-git pull request with all the changes necessary. Then there is a step that we are happy to have for the user. So there is a review of the dist-git pull request. There is a CI included. So that's the step that Packit does not want to automate, even though many people would like to see us automatically merge these things, but we want at least a single step that is left to the real user to review the changes. If the review is approved, the code is merged, then we are automatically triggering the Koji build. Then if there is a successful build, we are creating a Bodhi update. So mostly you are interacting with the release only on the dist-git pull request. How to do it? The first Packit job is the syncing of the release and uploading to look-aside cache. We actually have like two ways how to do this. One is propose downstream, so like push workflow from upstream, and one is pull workflow from downstream. So let's take a look at the first one. This one, the push workflow needs to be configured on the GitHub or GitLab side, but the functionality is same, saving to the look-aside cache, opening the dist-git PR. The second one, pull from upstream, you are configuring this in dist-git, and we are listening to upstream release monitoring changes. There is a copy-paste typo in the slide, sorry about that. But we are using upstream release monitoring to get the new information about the new release, so you don't need to touch the upstream at all. This is especially useful for if you don't have access to the upstream project at all, or you want to use PyPI or other sources. Still close. Okay. Yeah. When introducing these functionalities, we realized that people have various opinions on this, and we can't make all of them happy. So we introduced a lot of config options, but the main one is actions. So a lot of what Packit does can be like replaced with your code, so you can like tweak the spec file, tweak the single step that Packit does if you don't like it. And there are also a couple of hooks, so you can combine it with some of your actions during that process. Yeah, and this is like the basic result of this, just the basic version pump. With the new changelog, we can take the changelog from an action or from upstream release, or just make a generic one, or from a commit. You can also define your own action. We are taking care of the sources. Yeah. Maybe one more note. This is also available for the CentOS stream, with the exception of the Lucasite cache, which is more tricky to handle. Regarding the Koji build, it's quite simple. We can react to any dist-git commit being made. By default, we are reacting to merge pull request by Packit, but you can configure like anyone else. So the nice thing about Packit is you can just steal any functionality from Packit you need, and you can just ignore what's not relevant to you. One new thing, we'll take a look at that later on, but currently we are finally supporting Cytex, so that will be covered later. Yeah, I see Adam is happy. Yeah, final step, when there is a successful Koji build, we are creating body update, so nothing hard, just a simple part of configuration. So yeah. And is it actually used, all of this?
Okay, so I think we are quite happy to say it is, and especially in the last year we have seen quite a growth, and in context of this presentation you would be probably interested in the purple line, which are the sync release runs, and you can see that like a year ago there were maybe around 100 projects using this automation, and now we are somewhere around 500. So what happened? What have we changed? What have we implemented? So let's have a look at the journey, especially from the last year. So firstly, marketing or more marketing. I think we've always tried to do some marketing, but we realized we are not that good at it. So we try to do more. Firstly, we try to post more on the mailing list, and we realized that even if we repeat something really multiple times, there is always someone who doesn't know about the news. So it's worth doing it. Then second thing, which we've already been doing, but we've tried to do it more frequently, are blog posts. So currently we do a blog post once a week when we do the new deployment, and we announce the new things, new features, bug fixes, etc. But besides those, we are also trying to do more focused ones on some new functionalities and describing these to more details. And then another thing we've implemented was we've created a Mastodon account because we wanted to have some place where we could communicate with the users more dynamically and inform them about some other things, for example, workshops, and yeah, you'll see that also in the other slides. Then important thing was easing the onboarding process. So when we came up with the automation for the release syncing, we haven't realized that the onboarding isn't that easy as we thought, but we realized this when the first adopters and users came and they started asking a lot of questions. So how should the configuration look like? What should we do? How does this work exactly? And we wanted them to point them to some documentation or something, but we realized we don't really have documentation for everything, or it is not that well described. So really the first thing we've tried to improve was the documentation, and we have also tried to restructure it. So now we have a separate documentation site focused on the package maintainers. You can see the structure here. So we really tried to do a lot of improvements, but definitely there is always space for improvement. So we are trying to do this continuously. Then the second thing, so for using Packit, you have to have a configuration file, and we've tried to simplify the process of creating it. So we started firstly with creating some template, but then we ended up also with providing command line command, and with that, people can easily, even in script, create configuration for multiple of their packages, and with this script, the configuration can be also directly pushed to the dist-git repositories, so everything is really simple to set up. And then users can also ask us for onboarding their packages. When they do this, this is just an issue in our GitHub repository, and then we try to prioritize it accordingly to other work and help them with the onboarding of their packages. With that, this is a related point, and that's reaching out to the potential users. So besides the marketing, there are still a lot of people who don't know that there is something like Packit, and also Packit is definitely not suitable for all of the packages in Fedora. So we've tried to come up with a script to analyze the packages that would be a really great fit for using Packit. And with that, we came to the list of maintainers who have a lot of these packages, and we've tried to reach out to them and agree with them, create a PR for them to showcase how Packit could work for them. And you can see such a PR on the screenshot on the right side here. Then there were potential users who wanted to use Packit, but maybe needed more guidance and also discuss some more detailed things about Packit. And for that, we decided we will organize a workshop. So the first workshop was, I think, actually in-person workshop in Brno in Czech Republic. So it was a smaller one, but it was really nice, and we could see that really it was a nice experience to be able to discuss things with users and explain them how to set up things, etc. And after this nice experience, we've decided we would like to do something similar also in the online space for people who are not based in Brno or Czech Republic. So we tried to create something that could mimic the in-person workshop, and we created a few rounds of the online workshops that looked something like a screenshot on the right side, so it was quite fun also for the users. So this mimicked the Brno office, and people could come from room to room, and in every room they were focusing on some different part of the release automation. So it was quite fun. And also the workshop materials are available and also linked in this slide, so you can have a look at them if you are interested. We've also realized that it is really important to track the progress. So we have improved the metrics and how we are measuring these things. So if you compare the two graphs, which you've seen before, and this one, here the number of projects is a little bit below 500. And that's because in this graph we are checking the projects with really merged downstream PR or Koji build or Bodhi update, and not only proposed PR in this Git. And we've also tried to improve the planning process. So our issue tracker, or like this Kanban board, is public. It is also linked in the slide. You can see there are different columns here. And very important part is when the issues are created, they are in the new column. We try to get to them as soon as possible, and we try to decide the priority, the area they are affecting, and we see how many packages or projects or users are affected by that, which is a deciding factor as well. Also, what's the gain of this feature or bug fix? And then we can prioritize it, put it directly to the priority backlog or backlog, and then it can also get to the refined from where we are already working on these things. And I think that was all for the improvements on the journey, and now I will start with the fresh news and next steps, and will then hand it to Franta. So firstly, as I said, Packit is definitely not suitable for all of the packages, and for a long time we have had this restriction that Packit could be used only for the Git-based upstreams, but we are currently working on making it possible for Packit to be used also with the non-Git upstreams, so you could use it for your PyPI project or RubyGem projects or anything. You can already try this out with from CLI, and in service it should be available in few weeks. And then more of a UX thing. So currently Packit creates divergent dist-git branches, as you can see in the screenshot. The commit hashes are different for different branches. And we are also currently working on making this so that we don't create a divergent dist-git branches.
Yeah. Next one is finally a support for Cytex. So just as I could mention that we haven't yet documented this, but maybe you can get it as a treat for you. You are here, so you can try it already, even without documentation. So that's really fresh. And you can specify like a group of packages and use them together and create a body update just for like the last one that made it here. So here is an example. We'll upload the slides so you can play with that as a first one. So you can like enjoy it as a first, and we'll manage the documentation like in the following week or so. Yeah, reverse dependency checks. We've been asked about this a lot, and it's a hard topic. And if you don't believe me, you should rewatch the Adam's talk from yesterday. It's a tricky one. So we spent a while on researching how to do this. So still on the research phase, but we've realized that maybe Koche as a tool that was implemented or is run for reverse dependency check is maybe the tool. So we reached to Mikolaj, and at least one thing that progress is happening is that there is a Copper plugin enabled in Koche stage. So there is a possibility to, as a first step, to run these checks outside of Koji. So we will not like push so much on Koji. So there is a chance that this will happen actually. Our ultimate goal is to make it available both on this Git side and also maybe on upstream side. And I've mentioned checks. So this is also another part that someone is interested in build, someone in test. So it's a tricky one. So we'll see what will happen from that. So research phase. Related one, I've mentioned that this might be run on this Git side. So this might be a first step to run Packit on this Git as a CI. If you followed like various discussion about state of Fedora CI and Zool on this Git side, there is a lot of mess around, and so we in Packit realized that yeah, maybe we can help in this situation. Technically, we have most of the code ready. We already listened for all the messages. We have all the integration with Git forges. So yeah, technically we are prepared. Some people would be probably happy to have one tool for most of the stuff around Fedora. But the thing that we can do it doesn't mean that we should do it. So we are currently like researching if we should do that, and also how to do it, because yeah, one thing is that we can do that. We can reuse the since we have integration with testing farms, so the plants can be reused. The existing integration with testing farm can be preserved, but the configuration, if this should run by default or not. So there are a lot of these small things to resolve. So if you have an idea how this should look like and if we should go to that direction, so reach us and we'll be happy to discuss and hopefully help in this situation. Another point is that there a lot of people complain that Packit is just purely for Fedora. So we are happy to say that we are currently also working on the OpenSUSE support as a part of GSOC project during the summer. The student, so OBS, Open Build Service, is like all the Fedora infrastructure in one service. So we are trying to start currently with the build, similarly to Copper, and then move to the release syncing. Next project is so-called project Mycorrhiza, and if you realize that there is a lot of various dashboard result pages around Fedora and all the other ecosystem, you might be a bit sad that you need to click through everything and get lost. So we are trying to think about the project that could get this together and maybe provide a single dashboard that could help. And before you ask me what it will be part of this and if my workflow will be supported, we don't know yet, but we are interested in this. So if you could fill this form for us, that would be really helpful, and maybe your workflow will be supported. And we are not starting any work yet. We are currently researching if there is a need and how people would like to see this. But if there is a demand, we can take a look at these. So thanks. And here we have time for questions.
When researching the idea that you just presented for the dashboard, have you looked at the existing packager dashboard that I think that's your team, Fedora QA, maintains?
Yeah, we are aware of that, and there are also other Red Hat related projects. So we are trying to take a look to not overlap as much as we are trying to rather share as much as information and code. So yeah, we are aware of that, and we'll consider either maybe this can be a base of this, maybe Packit dashboard can be a start of this. So this is really not clear, but yeah, thanks for that.
Have you considered or looked into supporting Forge Joe, considering that that's in consideration for the new Fedora Git Forge?
Yeah, we've already discussed that with people from CPE. So we developed a Python library called Ogre that should resolve have unified API for Pagure, GitHub, and GitLab. So that would resolve that if we implement support for Forge there, that should be really straightforward to support this. So and also I'm glad that CP, as part of their research, they also included Packit and what would be effect on Packit if there is a Git for change. So we are in contact. So yeah, I'm thankful that they are aware of this.
And my last question was, I know Packit does some fancy stuff for generating source archives when you're using it, upstream and need to generate an archive from Git. Is it possible to plug into that to generate a second archive using a vendor archive, which some packages that use modern languages like Go, Rust, or NPM use?
I think so. Maybe we could check. So maybe we can discuss. But if not, we can take a look. Okay. That's a generic approach. If there is a lot of people asking for something, we can take a look.
Run out of time. So.
Yeah. Okay. So thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Because I would much rather, I mean, most people are standing back.
You said it was still coming through kind of quiet through,
Yeah.
even though you got full sound on aux.
What do you think?
I think that might be the best because you're gonna get less feedback
Yeah.
noise from this.
The question is, do they have a boom stand? Oh, crap. All right. Let me see if they have a boom stand.
If they do not, then
all
it's a
their
little
laptops.
closer.
Yeah.
It kind of sits here. Let's see if I can find it.
I really like how. Hey, hey, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, hey, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, hey, 1, 2, 1, 2. Play use my box. Yeah, I'm just gonna swap that.
All right. Thank you. Check 1, 2. 1, 2.
Inputs to engineering, please. tell you that too. That's the age part. So even though I know I'm addressing someone that's younger than me, I'll still sir or Mister.
Yeah.
It's just ingrained
And
in me.
People nowadays hate when I call them sir. Don't call me sir. Don't call me.
Well,
It's ingrained in me.
the other thing, what I was saying is like how obviously how great, like say the string military code, like there is no other way. Like it is burned through my
got 2 more minutes.
Well, no, I can't take the other one. I don't have keys. Why? Jacobs. 3 keys. See, this here square is for the sound. I mean, this square here is this is part of what's got the clock. So I don't know how these first. Well, the 3 people will wait 30 minutes to make a call. That's the rule. Got 30 minutes. We can see what we get. The only other thing I can do is this is HTTP. Go down in the basement and see and look and see the voltage that was coming off of it. But
Are you the chair? Or you're sitting there?
it's fine.
Who is the chair?
You're next.
Yeah, I think so. I'm giving the fedrq stuff. I was talking to Mark from Lenovo and got distracted. Okay. Let me just make a quick call.
Oh, it's right between your feet.
Yeah, keep it in the bin. How did the inspection go? Or how's it going?
On that. Yeah. And well, it's legit reasons. I mean, most of the cleanliness was good. Our end was good. Room conditions were bad. Kitchen had to get cleaned. And the room conditions.
I'm hoping
And
some huge things.
that's where they were finding. I was hoping that cover could be property improvement fund, which is part of the whole tapestry thing.
Right.
But A, there's two sides to it. Building committee, it's not that even though there's a couple plans and some versions in it, hasn't signed off yet, so it's not actually complete. So it's still.
Hey, how's it going? I was just checking to make sure you work. You're good. I was just seeing it.
Oh my god, it actually worked. Okay, cool. Just make sure I don't have any.
So if you go, so there's a white tape here. If you go past the white tape, the camera just pick you up. Like you can do. Obviously, you can walk around, handheld.
Yeah, I might end up using the handheld.
And then there's Advancer 2 right here if you want to plug it in.
Okay. That's just USB.
Yep.
Let's extend to the left. Center view. Testing, testing. Are these both on?
Only if there are questions, I'm gonna take the.
Okay, so should I be using this one?
You can start using whatever.
Okay. How do I turn this thing off?
Press the button on the left.
All right. Sorry, I was stuck talking with Mark from Lenovo and then did not get my stuff ready on time. Hello, hello. Is this working, this microphone? I feel like it's not really picking me up. Can I just use the handheld? Okay. And then when I answer questions, I'll switch. Is there a pointer on this? Oh, there is. Cool. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Maxwell, and today I'm going to be talking about my new repository querying tool, fedrq. All right, so first, I'll disclaim this talk with my packaging experience. My packaging experience has informed the development of fedrq, and it also informs the examples in this talk. I guess rusty Python is a term that Fabio coined, which refers to Python extension modules written in Rust. All right, fundamentals about Fedora. Fedora is an interdependent collection of packages, meaning that each package is part of at least one package ecosystem. And a good package maintainer understands the relationship between their package and others, and their dependency tree, and so on. And also communication is very important. This goes both ways. When you're making some big change, communicate to others, and also keep track of mailing lists and the like, so you know what changes may be coming to your packages. No one likes it when you make a change 5 minutes before the rebuild, and then someone finds out that you did something when they see your name in the commit log 2 years later, and then they didn't have their coffee that morning and write a flamey post about you on the devil list, and then you're just so ashamed that you quit your job and purchase a horse farm in rural Pennsylvania. Okay, what are some ecosystems? We have language or language library systems like Python. There's the Python interpreter, and there's libraries, maybe popular ones such as the Jinja 2 templating engine, and not so popular ones, but even so, those are still considered part of the ecosystem. And then also there's plugin ecosystems, such as Ansible collections. While these are predominantly written in Python and are thus part of the Python ecosystem, they're also part of the larger, they're also part of the Ansible ecosystem, so maintainers need to be aware of changes to the Ansible ecosystem and the Ansible core package, and also any changes that may be coming to the Python ecosystem. And then similarly to plugin ecosystems, which are kind of a subset of a language, we also have what I'm dubbing sub-language ecosystems, such as the Go container tools. Go was created at Google for container tooling in Kubernetes, so a lot of stuff is written in Go for containers, and they kind of form their own ecosystem within Go because of all the interconnected libraries and such. All right, so how does fedrq fit into this? So fedrq, which is my tool, pronounced fedrq, not fedrq, is a repository querying CLI tool that's built with Fedora developers in mind. It helps package maintainers operate within their ecosystems and understand their package dependency trees. And it also allows obtaining more general information about the Fedora package collection. For example, in our man page, we have an example that shows how to query the repositories for all packages that depend on bash, whose arch is no arch, and whose name starts with the letter A. So there's a lot of cool things that you can do if you want to learn more about the nature of the packaging collection. And then also, our standout thing is that we provide built-in configurations for different Fedora versions and other RPM-based distros. So just with one simple argument, you can switch from Fedora to Amazon Linux, and then Amazon Linux to CentOS Stream. And actually, Troy asked, and yes, we do already support CentOS 10 Stream in fedrq. And then we also provide a public Python API, which will be the subject of its own section of this talk. The elephant in the room, what about DNF repo query? DNF repo query performs a similar task, but it's intended for a more general audience, and it's built into DNF. fedrq, due to it being a separate tool, is more flexible to kind of forge its own path, per se. It has a more easy to understand interface. It's made by a packager for packagers, so really the regular day-to-day Fedora packager experience is really kept in mind here. And also, fedrq is based on subcommands, where each command does one thing, as opposed to the monolithic repo query command with a bunch of flags, which some people have found confusing, anyways. And then also we have these generic repository classes and macros, so we make it really easy to configure any arbitrary copper repository or Koji side tag. And just to drive this point home, we have a huge table of all of the different versions that we support. From where you're sitting, it's probably very small, but we have Fedora Stable, Apple, CentOS Stream, Alma Linux, Amazon Linux, Oracle Linux, Rocky Linux, ELN, Amazon Linux. So, and if you'd like to contribute your own contributions or your own configurations upstream, you're very much welcome to do that, as long as the repositories are open source. And if you have some internal repository or personal repository or something that's not open source, there is an ability to add more to your local configuration. What else did I want to add? Yeah, so now let's talk about the last construct. This only applies to the CLI. So fedrq has a lot of different, a plethora of formatting options. We have the standard package attributes such as name and to print out the package name, or requires, which prints out all of a package's dependencies, and so on and so forth. And then we have some custom formatters like the JSON formatter, which allows querying multiple different package attributes at once, which can be very helpful if you want to interface with fedrq from another tool, whether that's another language which doesn't support the fedrq Python API, or even using the JQ command on the CLI. So it's pretty flexible, and I want to make it easy to extract as much or as little information as possible. And then we'll talk about requires match later. Okay, now let's move on to the CLI. fedrq is supposed to be a comfy tool, so there's all the usual niceties in there. We have a, I would say, pretty extensive man page for the CLI, and then we have a man page for the configuration. fedrq, you shouldn't really have to mess with the configuration unless you really want to, but you can add additional repository configurations, or you can change some of the defaults, like maybe you don't like the defaulting to rawhide behavior, so it's definitely possible to change that. Then also we have shell completions, tab completions, whatever you like to call them. They're built into the RPM package by default, but you can always run the command to generate them yourself. And then also we have a nice mkdocs based documentation site, which includes generated man pages, API documentation, change logs. I've worked hard on that, so I hope it will be useful to fedrq users. Okay, now we get to delve into our first command. So we'll use our fancy laser pointer here if I can figure out how to get it to work. We have the packages command, which is the basic command. It just queries for a package. It can take a package name or different other types of package specifications. We can see here it defaults to rawhide and the base repo definition, but if you'd like, you can pass that by default, and then we see that both source packages and the no-arch package are included by default. And then here is a more advanced example. We're using the EPEL branch with the requires formatter. And then also we have a not source option, which is a shortcut to filter out all of the source packages. And then just the usual suspects here for a Python package we see in the dependency list. And notably, the EPEL 9 branch, it only includes EPEL 9. It does not include any other EL-based distribution, which most users will want. So we'll show that in the next example, but the simple EPEL 9 branch definition is very useful if you just want to do a simple query for a single package in EPEL 9. And now here, we're using the what requires subcommand. If you're familiar with DNF repo query, this isn't super unfamiliar to you. Given the names of a package, it will spit out all the packages that require the package's names that you put in, so reverse dependencies. And then here we're using the CentOS9 stream branch with the EPEL repo definition. The EPEL repo definition includes all of the base CentOS repos, CentOS CRB, and then it also includes EPEL and EPEL Next because that's how you use EPEL with CentOS Stream. And then what requires, unlike the DNF command, in fedrq you can pass as many package names as you want in a single command. So here we are passing Ansible Core and Delve, which is a Go debugging tool, and we can see stuff coming from the EPEL repos, from the CentOS upstream source repos, and all this stuff is from Ansible, and then Go toolset is the one for Delve. And the results here are truncated, so they appear in a legible format on these slides, but I do promise if you type in the real command, you will get the real results. Fingers crossed. And then finally, we have the subpackages command. This is unique to fedrq, given the name of a source package. It will spit out all of the binary packages or sub-packages that that source package produces. Rust packaging, in this case, does not produce a Rust packaging binary package, but it does produce a cargo RPM macros sub-package and a Rust srpm macros package. And here we're using the NA formatter, which only prints out the package name and the package arch, as opposed to all the name, epoch, version, release, architecture information, which can make the results a little unwieldy to work with if you're not specifically looking for that. And now I'm the only one standing in between you and lunch, so we're not going to show examples for every single thing, but just to call some of them out, what requires source, also special to fedrq, is kind of a combination of sub-packages and what requires. So for example, if you had what requires sourced Rust packaging, it would first find these sub-packages using the sub-packages code, and then it would plug in those to what requires. And then also we have what requires analogs for weak dependencies, and then also there's a command to print out the, I think there's like 40, there's a huge amount of output formatter options, and this command prints out all of them, and then also they're explained in more detail in the man page. Okay, now we get to show some fun tidbits. fedrq does have good support for RHEL and EPEL, so fedrq provides a container image using UBI9, and then if you register your system with Subscription Manager, which you can use using the free developer subscription from Red Hat, then you're able to query the real RHEL repositories using this alias. So we're just setting the default branch. The container image includes a special built-in configuration for RHEL 9, and then just this function sets up the persistent directories for caching and such. And then now we're able to download packages. So this is using the fedrq download command, the remote location formatter, which since it's a formatter is available across the entire fedrq API. We'll print out the full URL to the package on whatever mirror is configured. So here we see it's downloading both the kernel source and the regular kernel package, similarly to the default behavior everywhere else. As you can see, consistency is a big goal of fedrq, and then it just downloads them. This is using a pretty rudimentary Python request-based downloader, but it works, and it does preserve any SSL client certificates which are needed, for example, to access the Red Hat CDN. And then finally, we have a container subcommand I'm sorry, a changelog subcommand. You can filter the entries and it just prints them all out. The changelogs are stored in a separate metadata file, which is not downloaded by default. So fedrq automatically downloads these for you. So yeah, that's all for the CLI. Now let's talk a little bit about our Python API. And if you'd like to learn more about a use for the Python API, I recommend you watch the replay of Michel's talk from yesterday, who's using it. He's using it to integrate into a new dependency graphing library, I think. So the fedrq Python API, fedrq has its own stable public Python API. It provides access to the built-in release configurations that I already talked so much about. And then, as some of you may know, there's a transition happening in Fedora from DNF4, which is written in Python with some C stuff thrown in there, to libDNF5, which is written in C++, and all of the language bindings are written using, or I guess generated using Swig. And I've done a lot of work to really bridge the gap between the two APIs. It mainly started as just an effort for me wanting fedrq to work for my own purposes, which I wanted the fedrq CLI to work with both DNF and libDNF5, and then I was like, oh, maybe other people will want this. So then it's now stable and officially public. This doesn't intend to provide unlimited functionality. It mainly provides the repository querying functionality that fedrq itself uses, and then maybe a little bit of extras that may be useful for API consumers. So first, let's go over the essential classes in fedrq. First, we have the package class, which is implemented separately by both the old DNF and new libDNF5 backend, and then the classes in the base module just lay out the interface. So if you're using the new fancy Python type checking stuff, you can just use these classes to annotate any functions that are able to work with either backend. So package compat is just a simple object that represents a package and provides access to the different metadata fields. And then package query is a set-like object which contains package objects, and you can use different methods to filter and augment the results in any different way, which is what fedrq does for its CLI. And then we have our own custom helper classes, which kind of wraps all this functionality together and helps provide that bridge between the two APIs. So we have a basemaker base helper class, which again is implemented separately in each backend, but there's a common interface which is defined in the base module. And this is able to set up the DNF base session and configure any repositories or set configuration options or versions or anything like that. And normally you shouldn't have to interface with this directly because the fedrq config module provides a nice abstraction on top of that and plugs in all of our repository configurations. And then finally, what you're probably going to be using the most is the Repo-query helper class. And the Repo-query helper class provides a bunch of methods to do various types of querying. And the methods in this class return the underlying package or package query objects from the backend. So now we get to load our configuration. The getConfig function will combine the configuration built into fedrq, any system configuration. Users are welcome to put stuff in the etc fedrq directory, and then also any user configuration stored in the .config directory. And then you can also pass keyword arguments to the getConfig function to override any of the configuration that was loaded from the file system. So by default, fedrq automatically detects which backend to use. It starts with DNF for backwards compatibility. Then if that's not available, libDNF5, and then if that's not available, it will fail and tell you to go check what you did wrong. But if you'd like to, for example, use fedrq to load the repository configuration, but then you want to use different functionality from the underlying libDNF5 API, you might want to explicitly set the libDNF5 backend, and vice versa. So now that we've loaded our configuration, we're able to create the central repository querying object. So by default, it behaves just like the CLI. It will load rawhide by default, but if you'd like, you can pass in a specific branch and repo. So here we are querying F40, and we're enabling the testing repo group. So now that we have that repo query base object, we get to perform our first query. So I already explained what package query compat is. So here we are performing a query for all packages named bash, and we're filtering it out to only the latest version of bash in the repos, which is what fedrq packages does by default. And then we are iterating over the query, which causes it to be resolved. And we're using the sorted method here. So no matter which backend you use, the packages will be presented in a consistent order. There's some special magic going on here. I re-implemented the Python-rich sorting dunder methods in the libdnf5 API using the same sorting algorithm as DNF4. That's neither here nor there, but in case you're curious. And then here's a list of some other resources. There's a lot of API documentation on the website. There's a whole directory of API examples. There's an API outline on the website. fedrq is itself a client for the API in a way. So if you're feeling adventurous, you're welcome to dig through that code for inspiration and also contribute. Contributions are always welcome. And then also you can search through my own scripts repository and find whatever ugly code surprises in there that use fedrq. So now let's connect fedrq back to the concept of ecosystems. We're going to show a couple of real-world use cases that have allowed me to improve the ecosystems that I work in using fedrq. So, excuse me. fedrq can help perform impact checks, which are copper-based rebuilds of a package dependence against a proposed update. In human language, that means, for example, if you are building a new Python library, you might want to rebuild everything that uses that Python library against the new version to ensure that everything remains compatible. So by doing impact checks, you can catch any fails to build from source issues in advance or any other type of breakage. Notably, for interpreted languages like Python, this relies on having effective tests in the package, because otherwise it could just copy all the Python text files into the package, and then when a user actually tries to run it, it will fail, and the person doing the impact check will have no idea that that happened. Then also, importantly, impact checks using Copper do not handle incompatible version constraints. If a package depends on foo version 1 and you're testing foo version 2, Copper will happily pull in the old version of foo version 1, which can be a problem because then when you actually update foo version 2, that package will break. So now we're going to use an example of an as-of-yet theoretical Python update to 3.1.0, which has not been released yet, but when it does, maybe the Python maintainers can take inspiration from this talk. So we're using the what requires command here, which I showed earlier. So we're finding all the packages that require Python 3 Python and then writing this out to a file, which we'll use later. We're using the source formatter here. So no matter whether it's a package that build requires Python 3 Python, or if it's a binary package that depends on Python at runtime, this will include all of those results using the source component names, which is what you're going to want to do because you have to clone those repositories using the source name to rebuild them. And then now, these are all the version constraints. We're using the requires match formatter, and there is an NARM alias. So we're searching for all the packages that depend on Python 3 Python, and then we are plugging that back into the requires match formatter, which will go ahead and find the appropriate version constraints that match Python 3 Python in the packages requires. So here we see all these things. They require Python 3 Python and then have a certain version constraint. And we are testing 3.1.0, so if a package depends on less than 3.1, that's a big problem. So you would need to go ahead and fix those repositories, either relax the version constraints, fix any compatibilities before you push an update that breaks the world. And then let's say that has magically happened. So now we're able to run the builds. So first we create a temporary copper, and then here we're using the Fedora Rawhide root. Fedora development always starts in Rawhide. And then we're using the delete after days option because we don't want these coppers to hang around forever. Once the update has been pushed to stable, we can let it get rid of itself and not clog up the copper team's Amazon S3 storage. And then once that's been created, we can rebuild the package that we're testing. And then assuming that's built successfully, we can iterate over all the dependencies that we wrote to this file in the last step and build them from dist-git. And then after all the builds have completed, you can go to the Copper web UI, which I probably should have included a screenshot of, and see whether everything's passed or if anything's failed, go ahead and investigate. And then another thing that we've done is in the GoSig, we maintain a lot of different libraries, and sometimes these libraries can become stale, or we might have a library that is just a leaf and nothing depends on it, and it just keeps getting rebuilt and rebuilt every 6 months, or we're wasting time updating it or fixing it when we don't actually need it. So we have a script that uses fedrq to go through all the packages that use Go to compile and search through the binary packages that created and categorize them. So we know, for example, this is all the packages, and then the packages are listed by the maintainer, and then we have a list of all the source packages that include applications, because if a package includes an application, even if it's a leaf, we don't want to get rid of it because people are using that application, or at least I hope they're using it. And then we also have a list of leaves. So these are packages that only provide libraries, and those libraries are unused. So then we're able to go ahead and retire those from the distribution and reduce our load by that much. So now it's time for the finale, just to talk about what's down the pipe, what features are in development. I'd like to do some more work on allowing recursive what requires querying. So for example, if you have you're looking for package foo, and then package bar depends on package foo, and then another package depends on package bar, a recursive query would allow you to get that entire dependency tree. And this would require some additional work in the fedrq API to add support for the package resolution API. And this would have to be supported by both backends. So there's some work to do there, but I would like to get it eventually. Also, it would be nice to support being able to run a full package transaction. So for example, if you're installing bash, this option would tell you every single package that bash would install on a new system. And then also, we don't support comps groups or environments yet, but I would like to add this because I know some people have a use for that. For example, there's an environment for the KDE desktop environment and different types of groups that are stored in the repository metadata for different purposes. So I would like to add support for this. And then also, if anyone here likes graphic design, I would welcome a logo for fedrq. And then also, there's a Fedora packager meta package, which installs some of the Fedora package tooling, and perhaps fedrq could be kind of the blast tool for package querying and could be installed by default for Fedora packagers. But that's down the road, and also there's other tools such as Fedora Repo-query, which is a wrapper around the DNF Repo-query CLI written by Jens Petersen and Haskell. And then we also have the RPM distro Repo-query project, which is another wrapper around the CLI, and that is just a bash script written by Neil Gampa. So there's definitely other options out here, but I think fedrq, well, each takes their unique approach, but I've kind of used my experience to make a tool that I think will be the most easy to use and kind of has its unique model, which at least for my use cases has worked quite well. So with that, I'd like to thank everyone for listening. I'm happy to take any questions, and after questions, there's one little bonus slide. Thank you for listening. And does this microphone, oh, it works. Okay, cool. Oh, yeah, behind you, there's a question.
So I really apologize if you covered this and I just missed it. One thing that I've never been able to figure out a way to do is do a reverse subpackage query. So if I have a package and I want to figure out what its SRPM is or what its source package name is that something you can do in a fedrq in this, or do you know of a way to
Oh,
do
yes, it definitely is. So let's just go back to an example that kind of covers this. So this is the fedrq packages command, and you see here we're using the requires formatter. So if you requires with source, then it will show you the name of the source package.
Okay, thank you. I didn't understand that part.
I didn't really cover it, so I'm glad you asked. Yes.
Hi. So in talking about the impact check, that's obviously a huge issue within the GoSig. It's tangential to this, but is there are you potentially working on any further automation of that so we can have a more turnkey impact checking routine for Go, Rust, and all the other ones that have these nasty ecosystems?
Yeah, I have played around with the idea of kind of some sort of CLI tool which uses the Python API and can perform this type of repo query and print out all of the results, but I just haven't gotten to it yet. But I do have a kind of dirty script that I use, but I definitely think that further automation could be very useful to a lot of packages or packagers. If there's no other questions, I'm happy to do my bonus slide. Can I have the other microphone back? Because this is a very awkward position to be standing in. So just like fedrq, this presentation is using a copyleft license for both the examples and the content. And since we've been doing a lot of work with licenses in Fedora recently, I wrote this little script to use the API and find which package has the longest license tag. So kernel is the winner here by far. And then we have things like GCC and one of the Cosmic Rust package in here. So this is just a kind of interesting thing that you can do with fedrq if you so desire.
What do you mean by longest license?
This is the amount of characters in the license tag. And that's all I have. Thank you everyone for listening.
Test 1, 2. Yeah, because check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. It's still pretty low. Okay. Because I turned the gain down, so there's more gain on this channel too that we can do. No, I turned it off.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're about to go to lunch, so I guess.
What? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. I thought there was also another knob that was maxed out. But maybe that's the other board?
That might be, the other board has an aux send, I think. Okay. Test 1. That was pretty loud, so.
I mean, we could potentially put this down lower.
Right. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Hey, hey, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, 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 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, 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 1, 2. Ta, ta, ta. Hey, hey, I'm pretty far from the mic too. Pretty far. Hey, hey, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, 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 hey.
If I push it much more than that, it starts to feedback.
Yeah.
Check 1, 2, 2. Check 1, 2.
Sorry, I wish we could take this up right here somewhere.
Check 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. One, two, three, four, five. Check, check.
All right.
Okay. I'm just a little stressed out, and I'll be done being stressed out once I'm done with this presentation.
Well, shall I get out of your room? Or?
I'm just inside.
Okay. Yeah, I just need a copy of the file.
We can also stay for this. That's also fine too.
What's the topic?
Fedora 3.5.
That recipe talk was very interesting. I don't know if you guys were there.
Yeah, I was there for that. That was cool.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm looking
okay.
for a system on a chip, but I can't find one. I got both there in mass production, but I don't know where they're at.
Okay, let's see
You want
here.
me to close this door?
Yes, please. Thank you. Okay, that needs. Perfecto, and terminal.
How'd you get those lights in your Fedora background? Because mine doesn't have lights.
That's just the dark background's normal way of looking.
Huh.
Okay, there's that, and close, and we will try this again. Just go ahead and restart the computer again. Maybe that'll fix it. It being glitchy is whatever. And full screen mode. There we go. And settings, displays, mirror mode, apply, keep changes. All right, so let's see. Oh wow, I guess it's just the two people? That makes me sad.
I wonder where the session chair is.
Yeah, me too. Okay, why are you not responding?
Are you the session chair?
What?
Are you the session chair?
No, I am just a random dude, actually.
Okay, so this is
Are
clear.
you the session chair? No, okay. Session chair should be.
Who's the session chair?
We don't know. I could
What
find
is,
out.
what is the session chair?
So the session chair is the one who holds up the time signals.
Oh, I can do that for you. If you need me to.
Okay, this button. There we go. Now Firefox is responding. Cool. This is remote. All of it. I'm doing this the crazy.
Where is the server?
I'll show you 1 second. Let's make sure the clicker part works too. Because I think this is just keyboard input, so it should just work. And we'll just slideshow this.
I'll ask at the table outside to see if they can ping the session chair person.
Cool.
This is Azure breakout?
Yep, all right. cool, this works. Yeah. Yeah, so I have, this is all happening remote.
The cloud.
Yeah, so you can see it's from an IP, it's running in Romania, going to a computer on my tailnet all the way back home on a virtual machine that's running on there, and this is connected completely remotely. So that means that this doesn't have accelerated graphics or nothing.
No,
This is just,
this is raw.
this is just straight up raw.
You don't need animations or nothing.
No, I also hate animations and presentations unless you're doing it right. Like this morning, that CentOS one, oh, wow, I was like, I felt shamed.
I know. I was like, oh, my slides are so static.
Mine are so boring compared to that.
Canonical logo on them too.
That one's, yeah. I'm gonna get water from this thing. And
Oh, there is water back. I'll get some too. Good idea.
especially because
You had the most interesting talk for an hour subject topic, John.
I hope so. But I am very sad about. I mean, if it's just you guys, that's fine.
Yeah.
We get to be very fun and informal, but
Yeah, that's what the miracle one was too. I think it was like 5 people.
yeah.
It was a good time though.
I mean, being against other heavy hitters.
That's what happens, yeah.
Well, I showed up late this morning. I got like 9:30.
Hardly late. When you miss the first 2 in the morning. Well, I guess mostly they're like, they're so generally usually
Yeah.
the first 2, so. Well, they were fun. They were entertaining.
Alright, let's see here. It's 2:06 and I don't make sure that there's. Alright, so I guess I will go ahead and get started. And we'll probably wind up going through this somewhat quick, so if you feel like you want to ask questions, feel free to do so because there's no one else here. All right, so hello, you guys. My name's Neil Gampa. This also was supposed to be done with David Duncan from the Fedora Cloud Working Group, but he's not here, so I'm just giving this myself. But he did help make this presentation, so his name is still on the credits. I am Chair of Fedora KDE. So who are we? Left side is David, who is not here. Right side is me, who is here. You can see all the stuff that I do. Kind of importantly, I am, Chair of Fedora KDE. I'm a member of the Fedora Cloud Working Group. I also am involved in KDE Upstream. I'm a co-host of the Pseudo Show podcast. I'm also a consultant of my own company, Velocity Limitless, around stuff like this. And I do a lot in Fedora and CentOS and so on. So let's talk about desktops in the cloud. So virtual desktop infrastructure. Oh, come on, make the thingy go away. Hold on.
Oh, it's not distracting at all.
Yeah, there we go. So virtual desktop infrastructure. So desktops on demand are really a concept that's been around for a really long time. I think when you think about how people used computers at the very beginning, this was kind of the way that they did it. Even if it wasn't necessarily desktop, it was usually dumb terminals connecting to mainframes and doing command line or interactive access through that. We've had this pendulum swing over the years, back and forth between local and remote and things like that. We're kind of in a pendulum where moving towards people want to have things remote for a variety of reasons. Virtual desktop infrastructure is the term that's often used to represent this kind of thing. The main benefit of doing this is that it provides you a secure, easy way to do pretty much anything without really any fear of, permanent loss of productivity, right? And it can be useful for cost optimization, especially around certain types of workloads and environments where giving physical machines that are sufficiently powerful all the time can be very, very expensive. Because I like to think of like Workstation scientific workloads and things like that where you're just simply not going to be able to afford to give a huge group of people those resources all the time by purchasing them machines and shipping it to them. Plus it creates security risks and all kinds of other things. And nowadays with the cloud, you being the center point of development, it becomes very attractive to be able to do development in the cloud for the cloud. And if you look at what's been going on that front, it's mostly been around web-based development, but it doesn't reach the potential that you have with having the real tools and having the real environment to work with it. And if you look at the trends, it kind of bears this out. People are increasingly using Linux or requiring or demanding Linux environments for doing professional work environments because it is just too bloody hard to do all this stuff on other platforms. I have been a developer on all 3 operating systems over the course of my lifetime, and Linux is the most flexible and often the easiest platform to do real development across a wide range of disciplines because pretty much everything is out there for you. And in other platforms, it's just sometimes restrictive or difficult or complicated. And so, with all of that said, like if we want to use real development environments, you want to have a real desktop environment, so let's talk about Fedora KDE in the cloud. And Fedora KDE, we have to start with Fedora KDE, which is delivered in Fedora by the Fedora KDE SIG, which is a special interest group that packages and maintains the Qt and KDE stack for Fedora, as well as Red Hat Enterprise Linux and CentOS since RHEL 8. We develop and maintain variants of media, such as the Fedora KDE Spin, the Fedora Kinoite, and the upcoming Fedora KDE mobile variants. And you can see, Fedora loves KDE. We've even got a fun brochure website about it. So one of the things that we do as part of the Fedora KDE team is that we have a commitment to provide the latest KDE technologies to our users. And so we continuously update the KDE Plasma stack in Fedora, even in stable releases, to the very latest available KDE major version of that particular major version. So for example, in Fedora 40, we have Plasma 6. It started with 6.0. It is now at 6.1.3. It'll be at 6.1.4 within the next couple of weeks. Fedora 39 was on Plasma 5, and it's at Plasma 5.27 something or other. I forget what the minor version is. I don't care. But like we try to have, in all seriousness, we try to have the latest stack that's available for us. And that's also true for the KDE Plasma offered on enterprise Linux platforms. If you want to use KDE Plasma on CentOS Stream 9 or Red Hat Enterprise Linux 9 or some derivative thereof like Alma Linux, you are going to have the very latest KDE Plasma 5 just like you would in Fedora 39. And then when CentOS Stream 10, EPEL 10, all that other stuff that they're talking about in some of the other rooms and stuff, we're going to have the very latest KDE Plasma 6. And so we enable that and provide it to the community, and we also work with the KDE community upstream. We work very closely with them to maximize the quality of our experience that we can provide to our users. So we've talked about KDE Plasma. Now we want to kind of come back to VDI and talk about VDI approaches. There are 2 common approaches to VDI. The first is the nested rendering. So what I mean by nested rendering, it means that there is a custom stack that then boots up the standard stack on top of it and then redirects that stack over the wire through a custom protocol. Usually it's like some kind of custom X11 server that uses XNest or Zephyr or something like that to do it. I think a popular one of this is like X2Go. That uses KDrive, which is a fork of the X11 server that then runs XNest to then load the actual X11 desktop environment inside of it. There's also others that do like a custom graphics server, then an X11 graphics driver that does a fake card, a fake output that then is pipelined into that custom graphics environment to hack Xorg to run the desktop. And then the third one is a relatively new one, which is a custom Wayland compositor to run a Wayland compositor nested inside. And so if you nest the compositors inside, then you can just have protocol pass through and you can have a Wayland experience running. Or you could run X11 inside of it and have the benefit of a very thin abstraction instead of having to have a very fat one like the first approach. The benefit of this approach is that it usually requires very minimal software integration to work. The desktops don't have to be aware of it. You don't really have to do any fancy replugging of all the stack thing. It's not seamless. It's very isolated, but it does work. And a lot of things out there do it this way. Like things that you wouldn't think do it this way actually do. XRDP and XVNC, they're actually custom X servers that then run another X server inside to then boot up your desktop. VMware Horizon is, I recently had to deal with VMware Horizon, so it's fresh in my head. VMware Horizon has a custom graphics system that then uses an X11 driver to generate a fake output that then is pipelined over the network through a custom protocol. And BombGuard Beyond Trust is actually like a combination of the first two approaches. But the third approach is one that I've played with, and I'll get to it in a moment. So let's talk about the other kind of VDI approach, and that is using the desktop backend. So this is something that you're going to see a lot more in the Wayland world, because with the move to Wayland, there's no longer a separate renderer to modify. So you don't have, for example, the X server that sits there as the big fat I/O path, then has the window managers on top and all this other stuff. That's all squished together. The desktop is in charge of all of that. As part of the graphics stack being integrated into the desktop environment or the window manager environment, you can also integrate the remote access method or the headless access method in there. So there's a couple of ways that this can work in practice. So the first way is to use Wayland protocols. And so I kind of list out here the Wayland protocols here: Ext image copy capture, which is brand new, Ext virtual keyboard, which is being proposed. These are replacements for WL-Root's equivalents. And then Ext transient seat, because if you're doing VDI, you need to have multiple seats. You have to spin up a seat for every instance that's being connected. WLR data control, which is for clipboard, and WLR virtual pointer, for kind of the obvious thing of you need to have a virtual pointer. You need a pointer that doesn't a pointing device that doesn't actually exist to be connected for remote access. The other way to do it is through XDG portals. This is a newer approach, and it is pretty much restricted to only the ones that have full portal implementations. And that really comes down to KDE and GNOME. And so that's using the clipboard, input capture, screencast, and remote desktop portals. You have to use all of them together to construct that environment. There's actually a few more portals and protocols that are missing from this to actually make a complete experience. For example, you probably want device redirection. That's not handled by Waylander, but it would be, there's an XDG portal for device pass-through, and that would be also used for redirection. You would also want audio, input and output, to be piped through, and so that means whatever technology you're using needs to be able to plug into Pipewire to be able to do that part, and things for cameras and stuff like that. There are portals for these as well, like there's a camera portal, there's an audio portal, and things like that. They all have to be wired up into whatever solution you build. Typically, this approach has a limitation in that you have to have the local session already running and being fully logged in. But there are example implementations of this. I think one of the most well-known ones is WayVNC, but lesser-known ones are KRDP, which I will talk about momentarily. RuskDesk and TeamViewer are other ones that actually do this. So most people don't know that TeamViewer is Wayland compatible. It works through the portal system. So if you are a user of TeamViewer in your corporate environment or in your personal environment, I know lots of people use TeamViewer personally to be able to do remote assistance for their family or whatever. It works with Wayland. You have to spend some extra effort to get things set up, but it works. RuskDesk is the same way. Like it works the same because of this. Portals actually require some initial interaction to tell it that it's authorized, and then you can do it. So the artifacts of kind of the work that David and I have been doing around this kind of come into the form of two real outputs. The first is the Fedora Kiwi descriptions, which are where we make the definitions for building various Fedora images. And so we use this to be able to build the Fedora Cloud image. You can now build disk images for GNOME, or not for GNOME, for KDE Plasma and for the KDE Desktop and KDE Mobile ISOs and things like that. And on top of that, we have a Cloud KDE Ansible example that we worked on, that what it does is it can take an existing base Fedora Cloud Edition, and it running this playbook, it reconfigures it to be a KDE desktop. And so you can then use this, and what this thing includes actually is a way to use, and you can see that this is running, and we support Cloud KDE with x86 and ARM, so this is what AWS supports and what Azure supports, and you can absolutely do it. With that playbook, you can do this, which is nesting a full KDE Plasma session inside of Weston, running remotely over the internet using Waypipe. So what I did was I had waypipe installed on both ends. I did a waypipe SSH tunnel to the other end. And then I have this little tiny shell script that is actually included in the Ansible playbook, and it will install that script that will start KDE Plasma inside of Weston. So it is Quinn Wayland on top of Weston, running with the Wayland backend, piped over the network to my local computer, and you now have a KDE Plasma session. Yes. So.
Are you talking about a remote view within a remote view?
No, a local view within a remote view that contains a local view that is a nested view.
Okay, so Plasma's running in Weston, and you're piping Weston.
Yes. So to explain what the member of the audience said is, Plasma is running inside of Weston. Weston is being piped over the network.
And that's using
Waypipe, so it's native Wayland protocol transfer. No specialness anywhere.
Oh, because really at the end of the day, it just...
Nowadays, the remote work and stuff, this is a very useful technology.
Yeah. So the other thing that's neat about Waypipe and what makes this, so if you do Waypipe the quote-unquote normal way, it's super slow because it will just send the buffers over plain. But Waypipe has a tac-tac video flag, and so it will encode it server side and then transmit it as a video stream back to you. And so it's way more efficient. Now there are pitfalls to this approach. For one, no clipboard connection because Weston doesn't support any useful protocols. It is a very bare bones compositor. And so it doesn't have the clipboard manager protocol, so it can't forward the clipboard. It also doesn't have, this method doesn't have audio redirection. It doesn't have device redirection. This was my first attempt at trying to figure out how to do the remoting. And it was a very interesting and successful approach, and I was actually inspired by having to debug terrible, terrible, terrible proprietary VDI solutions, where I discovered that this had this common pattern of, oh, we run an X server, then run another X server inside to then run the desktops. Like, well, I could do the same thing with Wayland, right? And so I did this with Weston, and it turned out that that worked. Yes? 10 minutes. Oh, wow. I don't have much time. All right, so that is how I first started doing it. Has plenty of pitfalls, but it's a lot of fun, and it's also completely agnostic. You could do this with any Wayland environment. Yeah, I thought it was like, wait, how did I go from... It's like, yeah, I've got plenty of time. So yeah, I have this, and it works, and I've tried it with other desktops, but of course KDE is the one we want to talk about because KDE is the best. So that's why we have this picture here. But you can do this with any desktop that runs a Wayland, as long as the Wayland compositor supports running on Wayland, it will work. If it can't run on Wayland, with the Wayland backend as a nested, then this approach fails. Quinn supports this. I think Mutter does as well. Last time I tried this, it was broken on Mir, so that's a whole special thing. But I think that it's fixed in the upcoming version that's supposed to be releasing soon, TM. Yeah, so Matthew Kosrick in the audience says that it's being released today. Yeah, sorry, cutting the release today, which, whatever that means.
It is the beginning of the start.
Branching for release candidates, we'll go with that. But I've tried this with a lot of different Wayland compositors. Most of them do have some kind of nesting Wayland mode. I was just surprised that Mir was not that functional, but all the rest of them were.
Yeah, excellent.
I could have done this with X11, but the problem with doing it with X11 is then you get a nasty border inside, and then it looks stupid. Actually, if Weston supported server-side decorations and there was no way to turn it off or on, then it would have had a nasty border because Quinn will always runs when it runs nested. It will request decorations. Since Weston doesn't support anything at all that's useful in this sense, it runs full screen and it looks like a normal nested desktop. But enough about this. This approach was really the starting point to understand what it looks like to have it run remotely and how can you run it in a network efficient way. The neat thing about this is that you can really play with the internals of this, but you also have a big downside in that you can only run it once. Because if you kill the desktop and don't log out and don't reboot the machine on the other end, you have a whole bunch of zombie processes that make it so you can't launch KDE Plasma again because this is not a clean shutdown if you click the X button on that. It just is kind of, you're just ripping the Wayland socket out of the desktop. So it does not handle that very well. So there were enough pitfalls in this that it was not a viable approach to say, this is how I recommend everyone do this. But it is a fun toy, and if you want to do this with anything that doesn't actually support remoting, it's cool. And this is how you can prove to your friends that Wayland can in fact operate over the network, even in the most crazy ways possible. So now we talk about how KDE Plasma's approach to headless is going to be. So Wayland and RDP with 6.1. So if you get Fedora KDE 40, at GA we had 6.0, but once you run an update, it will upgrade you to 6.1 and you'll have this new component called KRDP that you can install. You install KRDP, you can then configure it and have a fully open source stack for cloud desktops in any and every cloud without nesting in Weston. So this operates like a fully native environment. But let's have a little demo about this. Or maybe we already have been, because this was already a remote desktop the whole time. And yes, I know this is GNOME, but this is great for shock value. You get to see that it's a GNOME desktop. And actually, this is the virtual machine all the way at home, which I'm using Waypipe to control from here. GNOME boxes on top of KDE Plasma, using Waypipe connected over here on my laptop. Yeah. So getting it to stay awake means that you have to tweak some settings to make it stay that way, but it totally can be done. One of the things that's kind of a pitfall with GNOME boxes specifically that I found while trying to develop this mode was that if GNOME boxes decides that there's no activity and turns the display off, KRDP disconnects. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a KRDP specific thing because it doesn't actually need to do that. Okay, apparently this froze. Sweet. That means, first of all, I'm going to do not disturb any of this. And yeah, so we'll go over here, and you can see in the settings. And we'll go down, and you see there is a remote desktop. And that is how I configured it in the first place. So we'll just full screen this real quick, assuming that it will not be slow. And there you can see that this is the local, quote unquote, local console, remoted over Waypipe using GNOME boxes on the remote end connected back here. But this is how I configured the KRDP thing. So I created a user, had it all set up, and done all the things. So we'll get out of this for a second and go back over here. We're just going to disconnect this, and we're going to reconnect it because that makes for great demo. I intentionally was stupid about this. There we go. And now I'm back on my RDP session. So this is RDP. And then, yeah. So that was how I was able to have a fully, come on. Stop catching the, okay, whatever. Fine. So if you're interested in helping out with this stuff, come Fedora KDE SIG, and we can have fun making cloud desktops available everywhere with open source tech. And we can work working with wonderful upstreams and partnering with other teams to make this stuff happen. So any questions?
Yeah, definitely have questions.
Hold on. Let's give him a microphone.
So my question, first thing is, like my stepmother uses this every single day of her life when she's working. Not the specific software, but when you're RDPing into a system, does it need like a key or anything on an SSH key or a TM file or whatever?
So KRDP requires you to generate or provide it.
PEM, that's what it is.
Yeah, PEM certs, TLS certificates.
Yeah.
So if you don't have any that you want to let it use, you can have it create them for you. And then Remina is the only RDP client for Linux that I have found so far that will actually use them properly. All the other by the way, the quality of RDP clients is pretty bad in Linux. Your best bets are the Microsoft Terminal Services client for Windows and Mac, or Remina. All the other ones suck, in my experience. Trying to actually do this demo was an exercise in frustration and finding out how low quality all of the RDP clients actually are. So it took a while to actually find one that worked for this. Yeah. You can say stuff into the microphone.
Hello. Yeah, so I had another question, but I have to think. Okay, so this KRDP thing, is that built in like sort of as a plugin, or is that first class like in the compositor shell?
It is a plugin to Quinn through the desktop portal infrastructure.
Okay, but it's a separate process running on top.
Yeah, it's an out-of-process tool. But what it does is it connects to the KDE desktop portal, connects to the remote desktop, screencast, clipboard, all the necessary portals that I mentioned earlier, and wires it up for this.
Oh, okay. So is there a chance if we on Mir, for example, expose all the same portals?
Yeah, you could use KRDP with it just fine.
Oh.
It's actually not desktop dependent.
Okay, awesome. It's just called KRDP.
Yeah. For what it's worth, a lot of things from KDE that we use to enhance and make the experience better for regular users actually work on other desktops. So for example, a long time ago, we made a way to use Xembed on Wayland called Xembed SNI proxy. And what it does is it creates a micro X-Wayland environment, runs the Xembed applet in it, and then it copies it and generates a status notifier item for it so that you don't actually have to support Xembed in Wayland. Another thing that we've done is we created a X-Wayland video capture relay thing. I forget exactly what it's called. And what it does is it allows X-Wayland applications to be pipelined to the Wayland Pipewire setup to be able to do screencasting. So an X11 application can screencast a Wayland application or a Wayland desktop pipeline through this securely. X-Wayland Video Bridge is what it's called. Okay. And this is the latest in that. KRDP is designed in such a way that it is even available as a Flatpak. You can just get it on FlatHub, and then and it will connect to the portals, and you can just run it and it'll work. The only desktop where I don't think it would actually work is GNOME, but GNOME's weird and has their own implementation of this. They have GNOME Remote Desktop, which has private infrastructure for being able to connect. It integrates with GDM, it integrates with Mutter and GNOME Shell, and it does its own thing for being able to offer RDP and VNC support. Okay. There's also KRFB in KDE, which offers VNC over the same mechanism that KRDP uses. Okay. So these things should work with any desktop that implements all the required portal infrastructure.
Cool. Just have to implement all the portal infrastructure.
Yeah, I guess if you, well, you know, you could, instead of doing GTK things for your Miracle, you could use KDE and Qt things in there and have a way more fun time.
Sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, well, we'll first have to have it with more stuff to work.
Let's make it work at all.
Yeah. Any other questions? All right, then. I guess I'm done.
Thank you.
Was? Yeah. Yeah, well, I tried. Yeah, well, it's okay. It could have been worse. I could have had nothing. I also didn't know I was going to be doing this presentation alone until, like, yesterday evening. From the, at my home.
this clicker. Perfect.
Yep, so you've got the clicker here, just on USB dongle. Just make sure also it's got a little power switch. Right now it's off, but you can turn it on. Because I did that yesterday where I was like, oh.
Amazing.
Clicker works.
And which microphone is it?
So you'll have this one that's here, but you can also, if you want to again, like walk around a bit, you can take the handheld, the wireless one.
But on the camera, it will be just.
Yeah, so your camera.
I'm
You,
trying
oh,
to.
they can do that. Awesome. So you see, here's where, if you're, as long as you're in this white box, you'll be on the live stream. But I know because it's a workshop, if you want to go and walk around, like you don't have to stay in here. But just remember, for the people, who, anyone who might be watching, this is your green zone for being on camera with the tape. You want to try plugging that in? Just make sure that your video comes on all over.
And then you can multi-select windows, but just you may click
So,
but it required me actually refactoring it completely.
Yep.
Did you turn on SSD support?
And then you can put it full screen on there too. You know how to do that?
Yeah, you
Bottom
Yeah,
left.
let's see. Huh?
There's a little somewhere it should be like, yes, a triple dot here.
The Mir 218, it's for everything.
And then enter full screen.
what? This. I love it. Cool.
I wonder if the display, can you open the display? Is this, oh, is this KDE?
No, GNOME.
This is GNOME?
Yeah.
Oh, dang, this is crazy. Yeah, see if open displays. It's definitely separate. I don't know what happened here.
Default cute decoration is not good. It essentially looks bad.
Yeah, it might be a good idea to try to close down as many other things as you can for when you're presenting. But at least we know the HDMI hookup works, so at least you can get it up on here.
File too short.
And you'll have to remember the presenter view. You might have to restart it.
Sometimes I have so many versions of Mir at once that I don't know which one's on my computer.
And the drop, yeah, presenter view.
Oh, well, that's because you use snaps.
Okay.
Okay, that works,
See
but
if it'll do it one more time to put it full screen.
That is absolutely
If it crashes like that, then you can just keep it just like this. Oh, yeah. Perfect. And this one you can put full screen too.
And you want always SSD anyway.
Excellent. The clicker works.
Well, we'll see.
All right.
I think
Nice.
it doesn't do any.
So AV is all good. And
It absolutely does.
you have your microphones here. All right. I think we're all set.
all right.
So you'll be in here at 5.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think you're all set, my friend.
Okay,
So
great.
you've got an hour and 10 minutes until the panel discussion. That's going to be in the big room over here.
Yeah.
And then basically as soon as you finish up there, you'll be right in here. Or no, was it Azure room that you're in? Which room? Azure. So yeah, you'll be in here.
Nice.
All right, my friend. I'm going to go check in on a few things. Just got to... All right, and I will see you in an hour on the big stage.
Declarations to
See you in a little bit.
Sometimes we go a little crazy with topics.
Oh, I know.
Okay, we do say default. Actually, we could override the decoration strategy.
You can. It wouldn't do that.
Well, it
like a couple of hours ago, and this one needs to be really close, if I recall correctly. So maybe, yeah, if that's fine. Ah, yeah. Maybe not emails. We should be within a mask.
Okay.
Because otherwise you're just going to get 2 or 3, and that's just going to be worse.
Right now, if you ask for SSDs, I actually...
Yeah,
I actually, if I see it through it, it's almost
Yeah. And then it draws its own block.
There should be a handheld mic.
Yeah, there is one.
Oh, we want free mics?
Because we've checked the last presentation, and the one needs to be really close to this one. So
we'll use just this and we will pass it.
Maybe or here. Don't break it. Yeah. But still, I'm not so tall, but still. So you have 10-minute mark, and it's like before the QA. It's 20 plus.
When I say 10 minutes left, it's also the QA included there. So actually 5 QA included.
So if we count 5 minutes for Q&A, so 10 minutes means 5 minutes plus Q&A. Okay.
Okay, so we didn't know that we are on our last talk.
Yeah.
So until 3:30, that is the break.
Yeah.
I do a bunch of crazy, like...
Should I use timer for 20 or 25? What would help us? So 25. So including Q&A.
But yeah, there is the break after, so we don't have to rush that much.
So an hour or so. Okay.
I mean, does it long? So whenever you want to start, feel free.
Is it already?
Oh, this is a big one.
Wow. Please tell me you squashed that.
I squashed it.
Should we close the door?
That's bad.
I need a right test.
That's why I was like, you should talk to these people about how to do testing.
You are on the right talk, yeah.
My mentality is just to go as fast as possible.
YOLO.
So shall we?
My mentality is, I hope I don't do this. It seems to be. But I should, like, that's a
We
big
can
deal.
start.
Okay, so hello everyone. Today we'll be talking about Packit plus testing farm and Fedora, how we are still happily testing upstream projects. So as for the testing farm, we have Jan Havlin as a representative, and for Packit, František Lachman and me. So what we will be talking about today is firstly giving some introduction to Packit and testing farm, then a little bit on how to onboard to using Packit and testing farm. Then we will talk about the upstream use cases, and we will also include the news. And of course, we will be talking about present and future. So what's next? Let's start with a little bit of introduction to Packit. So Packit has two main purposes. It is a service that validates upstream changes downstream, and you can use it on GitHub or GitLab. And in here, you can consider RPM builds, testing, and newly also static application security testing. And then we can also bring the upstream releases to downstream, currently Fedora, and also newly CentOS Stream. So here you can see some logos for both of the use cases. So for upstream CI, we work on GitHub and GitLab, and we are using Fedora Copper for the RPM builds, testing farm, of course, for the test, and then, for example, Koji for the Koji scratch build upstream, and for the downstream automation, we have again taking sources from upstream that can be GitHub or GitLab and using Pagure distgit, Koji, and Bodhi, and so on. And so you may ask, who uses Packit? Packit has quite a stable user base right now, and a lot of people use it mostly on GitHub, and also a few users on GitLab. So you can see, for example, Podman, Systemd, Cockpit, and much more. You can guess the logos. And if you are curious about some numbers, so here we have some absolute numbers for each of the functionalities. So for example, the copper builds, for the tests, for the release things, and also for each you can see the active projects that use these functionalities. And as you can see, we also have quite some badges, a lot more of them, but you can check that yourself. And now, Honzo, you will talk about the testing farm.
So Testing Farm is an open source testing system as a service. One of its main goals is to unify testing experience across various distributions such as RHEL, Fedora, CentOS Stream, but we are planning even more in the future. It's a flavor of software as a service. It focuses on executing automated tests against virtual machines, bare metal machines, and containers. Testing Farm works in a way that user provides a description of testing environment and also tests defined using TMT metadata format, and Testing Farm does the heavy lifting such as provisioning machine, executing the test, and then it provides the results. Testing Farm is exposing a single public HTTP API endpoint, which is used for integrating with other services. So you can think of Testing Farm as a backend of other CI systems. This year we have reached 1.2 million test requests per year. This is the projected amount of requests per year. As I mentioned, Testing Farm has a single public API, but under the hood there are two deployments. We call them ranches because this is a testing farm. One of them is in public, and the other one is in Red Hat in internal network. It's used for RHEL testing mostly. So once you submit a request to the API, it then gets routed to one of the ranches based on the API token, and in those ranches there is a machine provisioning in one of the infrastructure that's available there. As you can see, we support many types of infrastructures, but I'm gonna speak only about public ranch where only this part is relevant. So in public you can use containers or AWS machines. Containers are the simplest, cheapest, fastest way to spin up a testing machine. I think around a third of the workload is done there. And it is used when you don't care about the testing environment, you don't specify a testing environment, then it's executed inside a container. Or you can ask for an AWS machine. They are available for free because they are sponsored by Amazon, so thanks Amazon. There you can select from x86-64 or ARCH-64 architectures, and you can also pick virtual machines or newly added bare metal machines. And also what's new, you can select machines with dedicated GPUs. There is a link to documentation about how to request for specific hardware requirements. This shows the largest users of Testing Farm. As you can see, the vast majority is triggered from Fedora CI or Packit. There's also AutoSD, which is testing of automotive distro based on CentOS, and also Zool is one of the largest ones. So Fedora CI is the largest user which triggers Testing Farm jobs. You can easily onboard testing farm in Fedora CI if you create a TMT plan in this Git. There's a link to how to do it, documentation. Around 1,000 Fedora components onboarded to testing farm in Fedora CI. And testing farm jobs are triggered on 2 levels in Fedora CI. The first one is on dist-git pull requests. When a pull request is created, it builds a Scratch build, and this Scratch build is then sent over to testing farm where the TMT plans are executed. Or the second use case is when body updates are created. It triggers automated tests, and those tests are used as gating for that body update.
Okay, so we already touched the onboarding topic a little bit, so let's have a little bit closer look into that. So firstly, onboarding to Packit itself. The onboarding is quite simple. There are basically 3 steps. And the first is to enable the interaction with the application either on GitHub or GitLab. So in GitHub, you just install an application, and in GitLab, you just need to set up the webhooks, but it's also quite straightforward. Then the second step is on GitHub. It is automated. It is just to verify your Fedora account and to link it like with your GitHub account. And on GitLab, we did do this manually. And then the most important step is to create a configuration. So what you actually want Packit to do for you. And in context of this presentation, that would be probably the tests and maybe the builds for that as well. But we will get into the more details in a while. Franta will describe all of that to you.
Testing farm is open to all Fedora contributors. You have 2 options to choose from when you want to onboard. Either you can onboard a service that triggers testing farm in its backend, such as Packit or Fedora CI, or you can onboard to testing farm API directly. And there is a new feature that now you can sign in with Fedora SSO, single sign-on, at testing-farm.io. And if your Fedora account is a member of Fedora contributor group, we wanted to limit it to trustworthy people, not just anyone with Fedora account. Then you can self-manage your tokens. You can create or delete whatever you want with the tokens, and then you can submit requests to testing farm directly via the API. If you are not a part of Fedora contributor group, you can still contact us. There is onboarding documentation, and we can sort it out for you individually. When you have your API token, you can use our CLI tool to submit requests, or you can use any other type of integrations. Like there is GitHub Actions available if you wish. One more feature that's brand new, and I'm gonna promote it, is testing farm reservation. So when you have a token, you can provision and reserve a machine for some time in testing farm, and you can use it for experimenting. Like you can do whatever you want. You have root access, so you can use it, for example, to develop your TMT tests and execute those tests against this reserved machine. You need the latest CLI version for it to work, and there are 2 commands as an example how to reserve a machine. The first one will reserve a virtual machine with Fedora Rawhide image, and the second one will reserve a bare metal machine in the AWS.
And I'll try to go through a few of so-called upstream use cases, so you can maybe try to think about what can be done with Packit and testing farm together, rather than going through the documentation and trying to provide all the features. We'll try to show it on real projects how they use Packit and testing farm, so you can maybe copy paste their use case or get inspired. So let's start with the really basic one. This is the setup for the most RPM-based projects. So there is a Copper build defined. So we are building on pull requests, and we are building for Fedora latest stable one and Fedora Rawhide. So we have a couple of aliases, so you don't need to like tweak the and update the configuration every half of a year. And also we are defining tests for a similar truth set and also for the pull requests. So what will happen is basically what was defined on the configuration. So for pull requests, when there is a new commit or pull request opened, we are building in Copper, and then when there is a successful build, we are triggering a test in testing farm, and what you will get is a VM with the RPM from the Copper installed there, and on that environment the tests are run. If you don't have a test setup, the installability check will be run for you, so you can start also with that simple check. If you do have a test setup, we are using TMT, so if you have a TMT setup in the repository, it will be automatically handled to the testing farm without any tweaking in the configuration file. There might be situations where you don't want to have tests and the project in one repository, similar as the DNF5 project, so you can specify a different FMF setup and maybe also refs or some other plan from a different repository. For example, you can use like the CentOS compose tests when in your upstream projects or something like that. You can do various magic around this. If you don't need or don't want to build, so you can use just the testing farm, so you can just run the tests in this environment. No build will happen, no artifacts will be installed, and you can just run the tests as the keyline project. You can also run tests on the test definition repositories, for example. There might be a situation where we want to have like couple of tests with different setup, similar as the DBZium project that has like a various backends, so they need to like try to run the test on various database setup. So they have just two jobs with different environment. This is easily possible. Also, an interesting use case mainly developed or set up by Martin Pitt from the Cockpit projects. They try to set up so-called cross-project testing, so their test cases are introduced into their dependencies, for example, Podman and others, and with this setup, they can like realize early when things get broken and could get broken. And when this happens, if you want to introduce your test cases into a different project, it might be good to clear the communication, so there is a way how to provide some messaging if things go bad. And there are also options to like trigger tests somehow manually, so you don't need to like waste the resources. You have like a couple of test setups, so you can trigger the test cases based on labels, so we can label your jobs. And also you can have a default set of labels, so you don't need to write it all the way every time. Different order. And speaking of labels, there are also other labels and GitForge labels, so you can also specify some rules when this needs to be present or absent, so you can build around this label workflow also. And the very new stuff is that Packit currently, this is not related to the testing farm, but about OpenScan Hub, so you can newly run static analysis on top of your builds, and this is done automatically. The only thing you need to do is to define a Copper build job for your main branch or branch that you are merging pull requests in. And the reason is that we want for static analysis to have just the differential scan, so you don't need to tackle with all the issues that your project might have, but you can just check those that are introduced in your pull request. So yeah, if you do this simple setup, you have static analysis just now. There is a blog post about it, so you can take a look. Also, you can tweak the VM images that are used, so you can use your custom ones. So, and the future.
One of the features that we are planning in Testing Farm is in a repository configuration where we will allow storing additional properties in your GitHub or any Git repo, and those properties will be parsed by the test request, for example, to modify the testing environment and so on. But this is important because this will allow storing secrets that will be encrypted, and only Testing Farm will be able to decrypt them. And this is important because currently there is no way on how to pass secrets to Testing Farm through Packit, for example. So this feature will allow passing secrets to Testing Farm for other CI systems. Another feature that's almost done, but not fully, is multi-host testing. This will allow testing scenarios like client-server type of scenarios, where in one test you will have multiple machines that will communicate with each other and so on. This is already available in TMT, so you can try it out locally, but it doesn't work yet in Testing Farm production fully. Yeah, you define those hosts in your TMT plan.
Yeah, and just shortly, the next steps for Packit. So as Hansa mentioned, once Testing Farm will have the support for the secrets, we will do the integration with that. Then we've seen the OpenScan Hub integration, so that was mostly a prototype. Currently there is a discussion open on GitHub, so we will be happy for any feedback, and based on that, we will definitely improve on that front as well. Then Packit also focuses on the release syncing. For that, we had a talk earlier today. If you are interested, you can check that out. And we definitely have plans for a lot of improvements there. And yeah, there is also a proof of concept for Packit as a dist-git CI. So there have been some discussions regarding deprecating the Fedora CI. And since Packit might be an option and has the technical background for that, we definitely would like to research this as well. So that was it. And here you can see links to the documentation, to our communication channels, and yeah, feel free to reach out either here or on any of these channels.
There are stickers in the lobby.
Thank you. For questions?
So you kind of glossed over the custom VMs, and I was wondering about, can you say more about the use of custom VMs?
Yeah, I think there is some manual or tweaking needed to get it to Testing Farm, to properly manipulate that. So not. Should I repeat that or? Okay, so the question was if we can maybe provide more information about using custom VMs, and currently, maybe Hansa will correct me, there are some manual steps on the way, but we have also prototype of integration with the image builder, so we can create a VM image build for your PRs. But there are not so many users yet, so we are waiting for this use case so we can continue on that, but otherwise we are stopping the development on that or pausing. But the next step would be to not only build the VM, but also put it to Testing Farm and then run tests on top of that. So if you have an use case for that, maybe we can revisit and continue on that front.
Yeah, all the images we create
Yeah, so maybe we can discuss and take a look how to do that. Yeah.
Okay, so I have two questions. First one was probably answered already, and that was there was one dizkit project in the adopted project, and I assumed that was the proof of concept for the CI.
Yeah, I was curious as well when I was doing the fresh screenshot. So yeah, probably something around that, or maybe some issue on the like reporting side or something like that.
Yeah, and the second one was about if there is if the Packit commands for the Packit bot are actually documented somewhere.
Like the comment commands?
The commands you can send by comment in GitHub, GitLab.
Yeah. Should be on the like description of the test job. Maybe I can. Let's take a look if the Wi-Fi allows. Oh, sorry. Documentation, configuration, upstream jobs, testing farm, and there should be like part restarting, and also you can also use artifacts from a different pull request, and then you can use identifiers or labels.
Okay, that's nice. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Everything either clear or we did a bad job. Okay.
So you talked a little bit about the OS build integration, and on the Fedora cloud side, we use Kiwi to do our image builds. Is there any pathway there for us to build we're already using Fedora testing for validation of those image development, but I would love to know if you see another place where we can integrate.
Yeah, usually if there is an API or some like endpoint and use case for that and enough demand, we can take a look at that. Currently we start with the image builder, so would be nice to like unify and don't have like a couple of ways how to do the same thing. So maybe we can see if the missing features in the image builder can be put into that, or if the Kiwi is the way for Fedora and we should focus more on that. So no one yet requested anything about that, and everyone was like looking forward to the image builder, and after all, no much attention to that. So yeah. We'll see. Different topic. Yeah, we'll see.
Well, like Fedora Kitty Mobile is going to use the Kiwi stuff as is. All the cloud stuff already does, and Vagrant and containers are built that way. So.
Yeah, I haven't researched Kiwi if there is a way how to, like with the image builder, the nice thing is that they have like easy way how to provide the RPMs for the build. So from our point of view that we have like a copper build with the RPMs ready, so it's really simple to continue. So not sure if we should like how to tweak the like build process and introduce the RPMs there.
So since Copper produces an RPM repo, you would just modify the description on the fly to add the repo, then just.
Nice. Then it's nice.
Hi guys. Yeah, interesting. To what extent are the resources you're using, the backend resources, so ample that you'd love to have upstream projects use this test farm as a bunch of slaves for their own CI/CD stuff? That's not really closely bound to Fedora or anything, but just basically Fedora developers, but doing a lot of upstream testing. Is this something that you have spare resources for?
so if I get it correctly, so why we are doing all of this, or
Not so much why, it's imagine me, I'm an upstream developer of some random package as well as a Fedora guy. With this system, am I being invited to use your test equipment, your backend farm and the grazing, whatever, all the AWS resources you have access to fire up VMs and run my own tests for my own upstream projects on there? Do you have so much spare resource that would be fine?
like not infinitely, but yeah, as mentioned, we like partially it's like supported by Amazon, and
don't make it so hard. You know,
don't think about it.
Yeah, don't throw so much resources in something like that they lose their ability to. You know, the thing here is that donated resources are not limitless, and when yeah, I mean, too much is really like stepping outside, stepping deeply outside of the boundaries of the community projects.
we, for example, one of our users is systemd and like hyperscale 6, so there are like big projects, and the yeah, so if it is like reasonable, and it makes sense to run this, then there is a reason and some value on that, so that's fine. And also that like big projects like Convertrail or like Leap, and these are trying to like tweak the test cases, that not everything needs to be run all the time, so there some optimization maybe can be like.
I think the important guideline here is that there has to be some kind of provably tight relationship to Fedora for it to be acceptable. Like the only constraint that I've had with, so all the Fedora Kiwi descriptions are actually CI'd through the testing farm. Every pull request gets a image builds of all the release blocking images that are already ported over. And the only problem we have is that they keep running out of disk space for the images to temporarily exist. Everything else is fine, but you know, and no one's like really smacked us for doing it. It's just like they never accounted for someone to actually use it. But just be mindful, and if they come and talk to you, then just be ready to adjust as they need to.
Yeah, that's maybe nice. Like
we have a lot of people who are looking at where this is going.
I also used to run CI infrastructure before, so I know what kind of problems you could get.
Yes, so there is not like a strict limit, and it's dependable on the like reasoning. Yeah.
So now it's end of the time. Feel free to go outside to grab some snack, coffee, or join Matthew at the main room for coffee lean session of the strategy. And thank you for the talk.
Thanks.
try. Thank you. Hi. Oh. Who said that? Bye, Emily. Take care. Thank you too.
extra layer
Couple of reasons why I
Okay, that is.
There's a lot of people missing. I don't know if there's something people have done, but it's a little quieter today. End of the day
If I
session.
do it just for you and Robert, that's amazing. And for the internet.
Yeah, there's not great power.
Yeah, that is gonna be a problem.
Okay, a battery.
Yeah, I can also start. If it's just an hour, it might work without it.
I
I have
also
the worst
are you Type C.
Yeah, I can
You
do.
can take Type C. I've got a battery for laptop. Got this thing you can use. As long as you can charge from Type C.
So. Cool, amazing. Thank you, Tristan. Yeah, there's not so much attendees. Okay.
See if I can round up some folks.
It's okay. It's okay. Just Robert comes, and I'm happy.
See if I can round them up.
Okay. Oh, it's loud.
Just let the box on the box. Just send people messages.
Cool. Let's get started.
I've told Samara and Yona to get here, but they're out in the hallway. They're doing some kind of coordination badge. They're gonna come in a second.
Should we wait?
Do you have your connection? Do you have the HDMI all plugged in?
Yeah, no, I didn't because then they start the stream, right?
You can go ahead and put it up there. Make sure you've got the. I think it's all managed from the big table. I don't think it's. No, they switch it to this because it's. I see.
Wait, I didn't put it in yet.
Because see, it's on memory here, and I should.
Wait,
It won't start right away like when you plug it in, but it'll be good to see if you can get it all up there.
They will start right away.
No.
Ah. Sorry. I want to do my, yeah.
Oh, you want the?
Yeah, but I have the laptop up here, like this, and then I can doesn't work again. Amazing. Yeah, I don't really know how to do full screen. Ah, yeah. Now that's good. Can you check if so that I know when they start? You don't need to confirm. I just want to not stay. Or actually, I can just look on the screen. Yeah. It'll be easier. Ah, my favorite audience.
Sorry, that's it.
You're my favorite audience.
Oh, see?
It's gonna be awesome. At least that's so much good for my nervous.
Oh, there's no nerves. No nerves.
No nervousness?
Yeah, don't be nervous.
No, I'm not anymore.
Oh, see? Well, yep, it looks like you are all set on the stream.
I'm on stream?
You are on the stream now, yeah.
Okay, then let's go. So yeah, quickly about me. I'm 27 years old, from Germany. I'm a self-taught programmer and I work at TerraMate. I had a couple of mentors in the past. I've organized this myself. I didn't know about programs like Outreachy, and this was also before I went into computer science. And yeah, I mentioned them here. I was inspired by the sponsored page. This has been my mentors, and they profoundly changed my life for the better. I will be forever grateful. And I would like to tell you the essence about how that worked and how I organized it to make this successful over and over again. And so yeah, that's the goals for the session, to convince you to make the decision to become a mentor, and then tell you how to find a mentee that fits for you, and how to then build up this relationship that the mentee reaches his goals. And yeah, so also how to develop a trusted connection with the mentee that is really deep, and because that is where the most value is, in my opinion. So, but before we start, I would like to quickly explain what mentoring means for me, as I discovered there's quite different ways to understand what mentoring is. So for me, mentoring cannot be project-based. That would be coaching. And mentoring is also a one process, but it's very much that the mentor would help a mentee to find his big picture career goals, and also understand their own values and how they can leverage their talent and their best qualities. And the mentor can also help the mentee to deal with or to develop some structure and give a little bit of accountability to reach the long-term goals. But yeah, mostly the mentor doesn't help with short-term goals and that are performance-based or something. Yeah, and there are lots of reasons to become a mentor, in my opinion. First of all, if you lighten up the path for someone else, this will also brighten your own path. And you get a profound sense of fulfillment if you see that your mentee is growing and is overcoming challenges through the advice that you gave. That's usually very fulfilling, and it's a special thing to have this trusted one-on-one relationship where you really share open things about each other and about yourself, and you see the mentee learn from this. It's very great. So next I have a short exercise for you, and I would like you to discuss what the differences between mentoring and coaching are, and what do they have in common. So maybe we'll set the timer for 5 minutes, and then we'll discuss your solutions. Maybe we just. Yeah, I'm gonna use this one.
Okay, so for me, I see like different levels of commitment between these two. Like to me, mentoring is a very broad and general term. And it can mean like there's formal mentoring, informal mentoring, there's group mentoring, there's one-on-one mentoring. But coaching has a like more of a coded meaning to me. Like if you're being coached by someone, to me that, you know, it sounds like it's a more narrow definition. It's like kind of like a subset of a mentor, I guess. But it's like, to me, if someone's coaching you, you're getting a lot more like regular feedback from them. Like I see that as kind of like a very hands-on, very engaged relationship. Whereas mentoring can be that, I guess, but I kind of see it as more broad. But I think in general, like between the two, at least as I see them, what do they have in common? I'm thinking like it's just, again, that kind of that working with, you know, again, I think it could be a group. Well, no, if they're both, you're working with someone to help them develop in some part of their career, their life, their kind of aspirations. So I think it's really about like the relationships is probably what they have in common, or that's what I would think of. It's kind of the core piece between them, I guess.
So I think back to professional settings I've been in, like a call center. I'll use a call center example. You have supervisors who are like people's like manager, and then you have coaches, right? And coaches have always been you're hitting a performance thing. You have a goal that you need to meet, and the coach is there to help you on that specific goal. It's not necessarily project-based, but it's like there's an outcome that you're looking to get from that person, and you're trying to make sure that it happens. I think even the term coaching, if you think about like a life coach, right? Like that life coach is very much so, it's not just about, you know, like just generally a life coach is there to improve your life, theoretically, right? That's really, it's goal-oriented versus just generalized kind of support. So I think somebody who is a mentor in that case is somebody who's just kind of been there and somebody you could ask questions to and discuss of, versus a coach that's really, you know, there's a result at the end of it. So that's how I see it.
Join our discussion. We're the difference between mentoring and coaching.
Coaching is for, I feel like coaching is for sports. Yeah. And what do they have in common? I think knowledge sharing, I feel like that's a big one. I don't know if that was shared already, but the style can be different, but I think like the common thing is like there is definitely transfer of knowledge. Yeah, for mentorship as well. Some kind of knowledge. It doesn't need to be like skill-based knowledge necessarily. I feel like, I don't know, my perception of coaching is like a sports coach, and that is more skill-based generally, but I feel like mentoring and coaching have both non-skill-based and skill-based knowledge sharing.
I feel like coaching is sort of like therapy-ish. I don't know. I don't think I've ever had a formal coach, but when I think of coach, I think life coach or career coach or something of like that nature. It seems to me more formal than mentoring would be. And like there's a very solid end goal, whereas mentoring may or may not have that.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think mentoring is usually more long-term focused, and there is not really a goal defined, and certainly not a performance goal. And yeah, while coaching usually has something like that, and I choose a goal, a coach to tackle a specific problem, and my mentor might help me to just cover a long-term thing. That is uncertain when the mentoring relationship starts, and also mentoring might take different turns, and that's fine, but coaching usually doesn't take different turns, and because it's focused on a specific outcome. Yeah, so as soon as you decided that you want to become a mentor, the question is, how do you find a mentee that fits for you? And I think you should really go on a value-driven approach, because that is what makes what's relevant for being able to trust someone. And so you should really approach this with your values from the beginning. Otherwise, you will find out later that it doesn't really fit. And so, yeah, I don't know how this works in this programs like Outreachy. I had to find my mentors myself, and I had to choose very wisely who I'm gonna ask. And so I made up a list of values that are important for me, and because that's much more important than the field of that my mentor would be in the same field. It's nice if he is in the same field as me, but much more important is that he has the same values as I have. And as soon as you know kind of what kind of person you're looking for, I would be very creative and turn over every stone. Former colleagues, teachers, neighbor, everybody could be a potential mentor or mentee. I found one of my mentors on GitHub, and because he made a nice library that I've used, and he was very friendly, and we've been mentoring for 3 years weekly, and that was very great. Another mentor I found because I approached him after a meetup, and where he gave a talk. And another mentor, I just approached him when he was smoking and in the backyard. So be very creative. There's no right way. I think you have to freestyle this and find just some fun. And if you find this person, I would introduce the idea of mentoring and try to set up a first meeting. And in this very first meeting, I would check that my assumptions about the core values are true. This would, in my opinion, is the most important thing to do in the first meeting, to check if you align there and if you have the similar core values. If not, then just thank them for their time and move on. That is the best thing you can do out of respect for the both of you, because that might be a waste of time for him to give you his best advice if you don't really do something with it because you think it's not applicable or something. So yeah, I would be really making sure that you align on your core values, and then you can have a really awesome relationship later on. In the second meeting, I would write a mission statement, and you co-create this. This defines the purpose of your relationship and why do you even do these meetings. And it's very important. It should be clear and concise, not long, just 2 sentences maybe, maximum 3. I think that's enough. And there you align your expectations. That's very useful. And also you give a vision and a path of where you want to go. And yeah, if you don't know where you're going, chances are you won't get there. And that's just very important to also align here, and it's motivational. And another thing is, I haven't done this always, and this can be very, very shitty for a mentee. If you meet your mentor all the time and you go there and you talk about your problems, this might feel like a one-sided relationship and very unbalanced. And I didn't have this emotion when we had this mission statement. And this mission statement usually also states how this is balanced. That the mentor intentionally wants to do this, like he wants to help you, and that there is something he gets out of it as well, like the renewed passion for why he went into this industry, or that he gets the fulfillment from this whole experience. And that sentence is super important, I think, for the mentee, that he knows he's not abusing someone, and that everything is fine, it's balanced, and he doesn't owe anything to anyone. It's just okay. I think that's very important for mental health of a mentee. And yeah, if you have this mission statement written, you should spend a short amount of time to also talk about the form, how you want to meet. In my case, that has been also different with my different mentors. Like one of my mentors, the one I met on GitHub, we haven't met each other for the first 2 years. It was all Google Meet. And we had by default a weekly meeting on Sunday, 4 p.m. And if something in between came up, we would use WhatsApp. And that was very good that we had this form defined at the second meeting and used it for the whole entirety of a more than 2 years mentoring. And because it made it very easy if somebody didn't have the time and we had to decline the meeting, it was just automatically set already the next meeting. And this routine was what made it simple to engage, to keep this alive. And also if there were questions, it was very clear where to answer them or where to ask, and yeah, that was very useful to define this and not think about the form over and over again. Yeah, the last important thing I want to share is that the trust is so important. In my opinion, it's the most important thing, and this will become impossible if you haven't chosen someone with the same core values. Then something inside you won't feel comfortable making yourself vulnerable. But if you did choose someone who had the right core values, you can really open yourself up, and that can really be life-changing for the mentee. One of my mentors, my first mentor actually, I learned this from him, how important this honesty is and this vulnerability, and I chose always my mentors to be people who resemble where I wanted to be at some point in life. And because I thought, okay, this high career goals, they correlate to happiness and the career ladder. and it was very, very enlightening if somebody tells you no, happiness and success don't necessarily correlate. And this is maybe not easy to tell and to be so open, but the mentee can gain a lot of knowledge and wisdom from this, and I think it's super important to absolutely open your heart and put your soul on the table, tell the mentee how things happened in your life, what you regret, what went good, what you underestimated, and also the really big things. That's super important. And there will be times for sure when the mentoring relationship will become difficult, and when things are not going easy, or problems will arise, and I would advocate for tackling them head on, saying what's the issue. Usually they can be changed quite easily, or there's high motivation on both sides to get back on track with the relationship and continue. And in my experience, the relationship always got better than before after there was an issue and was tackled with full trust and openness. And that just made it more deep and stronger. So yeah, that's important, and not just let them go somewhere and not address it. That's not good. Yeah, that's my last exercise, and which I would like to invite you to write down a list of some notes in your smartphone or computer of personal characteristics, of what could be the ideal mentee for you, and I think these lists are for no person the same. So I did that usually to help me to find the right person to approach for mentoring. And we can really use our brain, because our brain is awesome at pattern recognition. And if you engage your brain with kind of what is the ideal mentee, what is a good mentee that I would still like to work together with, and what are no-goes in a person that I do not want to have a mentoring relationship with, I did wrote this down, and now it's quite simple. Like, I go through life, and as soon as somebody displays or shows these characteristics, I know exactly that, okay, maybe I should ask here or evaluate this a little bit deeper. And it works automatically. It's awesome. So, yeah, I'll give you maybe 10 minutes or 5 minutes. Yeah.
We make Linux here, sir.
Okay, I'm gonna get something to drink and be right back.
As many as a person.
No, like, is it like characteristics are ideal, acceptable, or noble, or?
So I put it as ideal as like, what is my like I put it as like absolutely no. If you're mentee and you hit this, we're not no. Acceptable is like my bare minimum. This is where you start, and ideal is something you love to mentor.
So that's like a whole person,
Well, it could be, like if you think of another person, like if you're evaluating, should I be this person's mentor, right? Like, I look at acceptable as like what's the minimum, and then ideal is like anything that's like above and beyond.
Maybe this mic is better.
There. Yeah, much better.
Thank you for the feedback.
Yeah, sorry.
so I think just keep that list for yourself, and if you find someone who you think represents these characteristics, then don't be afraid and ask to initiate this. If this person is open for this, and chances are that if you can confirm that these values are true, and that can be an amazing relationship. And yeah, it's good to, yeah, Justin?
Since we actually have a lot of time, I'd be curious to know if people are willing to share.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, go for it.
Does that mean I have to start? I'll go first. No, I finished first. So yeah. Make it more interactive for the stream.
Yeah, all right, here, let me go first. I'll go first. So I'm gonna start with no-goes. So I definitely, someone who needs a lot of support, someone who really needs constant interaction, right? It's probably not good for me because I'm just busy, and so I wouldn't be good for them, right? So I think that would be a no-go. I also think,
again, you want someone who needs a lot of support, who doesn't?
Not a lot of support.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would also say someone who doesn't necessarily take advantage of resources when they're provided. I think that's also very frustrating for me if I've given somebody resources and they don't use those resources first before really talking, like I think that's also probably a no-go. And I like to refer to that as someone who can't Google, right? Like that's probably I wouldn't be a good mentor in that situation. Acceptable, I like to think of acceptable, the way you written it is kind of like the minimum, right?
Yeah.
Someone who's curious. I think curiosity is really important. Someone who wants to discover how to do things better. They're not just trying to figure out how to just do. They want to do more, right? They're learning to grow, right? I think that's really important. And I think honestly, ideal, and I'm going to put the opposite of what I said down below at the top, because I don't think it's always how it is, but independent. I think somebody who is able to take guidance and run with it, break a few things, come back and say, oh, I dropped the base, now what, right? And then somebody who is looking for history or guidance or wants to understand the deeper meaning behind things. I think that's also really something I value in an ideal somebody is they want to understand how we got to where we are, right? I always like to know the history about a problem myself, and so I always like to talk, and I want to tell you why we got here, right? And I think that's something that I would find ideal in somebody who wants to talk with me, because I want to share that history and then learn their history myself and add it to my own personal knowledge of the situation they're in. So.
But I'll try to speak really clearly and very loud. So I'm going to go from ideal to acceptable to no-goes, because to me that's kind of like, it follows my enthusiasm, I guess, is if I'm like looking at someone and thinking about my, possibly starting a mentee-mentor kind of relationship with them. So I think like for me, like definitely a lot of echoing of things that you said, actually. And as you were speaking, I was writing things down and adding them to my list. But for ideal, I think like being open to feedback, which was something that came up when you were like, oh, thanks for the feedback. And I was like, like that's actually a really good point. Someone who's receptive, because someone who's like, goes straight into that kind of defensive, like, oh, like this is, you're taking it personal, like you're gonna have a really hard time trying to build something stronger with that person, because then they're always gonna be on the defensive. So like someone who's open to feedback, I think is really important. Similarly, kind of like earlier in the presentation, like wanting similar kind of things in life. Doesn't have to be like a perfect overlap, but having a general interest in things, like, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in my no-goes. I think being honest and direct, I just, I like it when people can really speak on how they're feeling, be vulnerable and be upfront about what's going on. Because then I feel like that empowers me as a mentor, because if you can't be honest or be direct with me, then it's going to be really hard for me to kind of relate with you or understand like what are you actually going through. And then the things I added from you was one was about being curious. I think that's really important. Like it makes me excited. Like when I have working with someone who is really curious about these things, and it's like, oh, well, you know, I know a lot about this, and I can help you, and it makes it like an easier bridge. And then I also added low key, like, you know, like something that's not super intense. Like we can keep it casual. Maybe there's times where it's higher intensity, and that's okay. But like in general, like, and I'll probably talk a little bit more about that in my acceptable and no-goes. There'll be a spectrum there. But under my acceptable column, not the best at communication. You know, I think there's kind of room to go either way on the scale there, but I think being a good communicator, especially in the tech world, where there are lots of people who struggle with those kind of skills, I'm willing to, like, you know, if someone's willing to at least work on it, that's, like, I can work with you. Maybe you're not the best communicator, but, you know, if I can see that you're putting in effort, I can live with that, you know, we can work on it. I wrote in quotes, like, needy. Like, it probably depends on how exactly that is, but, like, I'm trying to help, but then there's, like, I don't know how to describe it, actually. This is why I put it in quotes, because it's like, you know, sometimes people are trying to understand something that's complicated or difficult, and they're trying to, you know, get that clarification. So again, it can easily go on either side into kind of more on the ideal, like being curious, but they can also kind of go on the no-goes, which I'll mention mine. And then I also wrote under acceptable, newbie to the task or field or area, but willing to try. Like if I can feel that you're like willing to work, and that, you know, every time that we meet as a mentor, mentee, like I see you like working towards something, and you're making an effort. Maybe it's not perfect, or maybe it's not ideal, but I see that you're putting in effort. So like that, I can work with that. Under no-goes, like for me personally, I wrote not people relationship centered, especially I think in open source. Like, you know, I get that everyone has to eat and put food on their table and buy groceries and, you know, have a life. But like, I just get really burnt out, I guess, if I'm like working with someone who's like so focused on just like, you know, compensation, or like, you know, really trying to focus on that angle. And it's like, you know, I get that there's a necessity that's there, but like, it's different, because especially in open source, a lot of what we do is so values driven. So like, that's really important that you're kind of thinking about people and relationships beyond just the context of what you're doing. I also wrote demanding, which I think that's like the opposite of needy. You know, when it starts getting into that category, I'm like, no. Similarly, I wrote treat others poorly, parentheses, like kiss ass kind of thing. You know, like if I notice you treating me differently, and then you go and be rude, or you're like short with someone else, like, man, like I am going to lose my enthusiasm so fast. Like I hate that, and especially when you're in positions of influence in community. It's different from my time when I started in Fedora 9 years ago. And it's not just in Fedora really, but generally in life. So like that really bothers me. And if I see you like treating me differently than how you treat other people in a way that's not okay, I'm not okay with you, I guess is one way to say it. Then the last thing I wrote under my no-goes is from the keynote this morning, which I thought was really insightful. Like, I've never thought about it. Like, maybe there are dumb questions. And what I wrote was asking questions without caring about the answer, because I thought that was a really insightful thought from this morning's keynote. And that is actually very frustrating when you're like putting in the time and you realize that the person who's asking, like, actually, it just is a waste of time. So those are my ideal, acceptable no-goes. Who's next?
So as I've been listening, I think I realized all of this applies to like colleagues, pretty much. Like working with colleagues, like you want these sorts of characteristics in your colleagues as well. And also that I think my answers are going to be reflective of both of yours. So I'm not going to go too deep into them, except if it's a little bit unique. So I'll start with the ideal. Listens with the goal of understanding. Doesn't listen literally, you know, especially when you're mentoring across cultures, listening with a goal of understanding is, I mean, just listening is probably the acceptable, but really trying to understand takes it that extra step. Communicates freely and effectively. embraces and internalizes feedback, and shares things about themselves. Acceptable is open to learning new things, accepts feedback, has time, energy, motivation to work on themselves or the project, and is friendly. That's a base level for me. If you're not friendly, it's not gonna work out. And no-goes, doesn't listen, doesn't adhere to community standards of treating each other, makes excuses, or puts other people or ideas down.
So yeah, my one is also very similar to all of you, and I also agree with what you say, that it's basically what you want in a coworker and also what you don't want in a coworker. Yeah, totally. For me, ideal is passionate about the topic. I don't like working with people that doesn't care about the topic that we are working on, probably because I always try to work on things that I'm passionate about. Then ideal also hardworking. Hardworking, like, yeah. Understand, this is a weird thing, but it's important to me. They must understand that they are just a normal human being. They are not special. They're just another more person in the world. That's okay. Like, everyone else is another person in the world. Yeah. And you are not more entitled to more things, or you are not more special than others. And they might be kind and willing to do good. Then for acceptable, if they put effort in it, but they do not really care what they do, it's fine. Like, that's the bare minimum. You put effort on what you do. And no-go is that they think they are special, and they brag about it, especially the people that try to create a superior image of themselves and present that to others, like, I'm superior, except if Robert is superior to others. Yeah. Also, if they do not accept feedback, that's also a no-go, and behaves to others in a hostile way. And I noticed this a lot on mentorship programs, because usually a lot of people apply and one person gets accepted. And there is a lot of competition to get that place. A lot of people is really kind, but there are some that are really competitive and a little bit of harsh to others. When that happens, I immediately know that I don't want to work with that person. And I think that's almost true for most of the mentors. So if you're a mentee, try not to do that. It's not helping your way to the position that you want. And that's all.
I'm going to skip over the ones that we already, like, I think a lot of them were shared that I have. One thing that I have is open to learning, and that's different in the sense that I want someone who is not there to achieve, I don't know, like a certificate or just like, oh, complete the mentorship and have something on their resume. Feel like if that's the goal, the mentorship experience goes very differently, or the internship experience goes very differently versus if they're open to learning and actually skill building. So that's like in my ideal. One more is, like, this might touch more upon like cultural understanding and sentiments, but it's more like I want my ideal mentee would be from an underrepresented community that I belong to. I feel like that really like builds a shared experience and helps me empathize better with what the mentee might be going through. Acceptable, I don't have anything except like if it's acceptable if they have other commitments like day job or other programs. It's just like you have to be mindful that mentorship or internship is not that they're all doing. And no-goes is, again, a very cultural thing, but someone who's older than me, and that's why I feel like that's not ageist, but it's more that in the culture that I grew up in, it's not seen nice to correct someone who's older than you, and so I would struggle a lot mentoring someone who's older than me, because I would not want to teach them or correct them or point out new things to them, because I'm like, no, it's okay, you know more than me because you are elder to me, so it's okay. So I just feel I would struggle a lot with that. So that's a no-go for me. Uh-huh.
So I have a question for that. It's the age thing or it's an appearance thing? Like, I'm a little bit older than you, but it like I think I'm not look very old, so I hope so. You have also that feeling with me? I hope not.
No, you're actually right about that, because I thought like, okay, at first I thought that maybe you might be older, but then when I found out that you're close to me in age, that's fine. But I'm pretty sure I will know if someone is. Sorry. I feel like I would just know if someone is older to me. So it's not necessarily appearance. I feel like if I don't know, and they might be older, but I just don't know, that might make it more easy for me to just like correct them or be like, you know what, that's not, like maybe try doing it this way. But if I know they're old, it doesn't matter how young they look.
Well, one, I'm probably the oldest person in this room. Oh, we checked ages already, okay. Samara, you and I co-mentored someone who's older than both of us. Roland? No. Yes. So you've already done it. Yep. Well, you should say that into the mic.
Well, I didn't know that Roland was older than us, and now I can't say anything to him now that I know that he's older. So yeah. Yeah.
I have been mentored by somebody who's much younger than me. And so, you know, even as somebody who is older and, you know, kind of, I actually thought you were older than me. You know, I think it is different, and it is something, well, yeah, I've learned that age doesn't really matter, and you can learn something from anybody. And I think that's probably more important, is age and experience is not the same, that you can meet people who have experiences that you'll never have had, and they'll be more than capable as a mentor. So I don't know, age is not a factor, I guess. So the opposite of what you're saying.
No, yeah, I agree with you. I think it definitely should not be a factor. In fact, I appreciate people who might not be in that walk of life. For someone who's like really old, to go back to college is a very difficult experience for them to be, like to be to be in that environment can be uncomfortable. So I think I really applaud that, but I know that that's very uncomfortable for me to do. So yeah, it's just one of those things, a cultural thing, I think.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. This was amazing, really insightful. And I also, after the session, I have to write down some of your things that you mentioned. It's awesome. Yeah, I wanted to say my last words. This book is my mentor Bible. It taught me everything that I know about mentoring. It's called 1 Minute Mentoring, How to Find and Work with a Mentor, and why you'll benefit from being one. I highly recommend this. It guides you through all steps of the mentor journey. And whenever I get stuck somewhere, I look up the corresponding chapter here, and it gets me unstuck. Also, if you ever end up in a mentoring relationship and there's some issue or something and I can help, then just send me an email. Maybe I have an idea, because that's a topic that's very important for me. Like I said, these people here on my t-shirt, they had a profound impact in my life, and I wish that more people get the pleasure of having a successful mentoring relationship, and I'll do everything in my power to support this. I will also publish a blog post about the things I didn't talk about here, like that it's very great if the mentor shares his or her network with the mentee, and also that I would do retrospectives in a mentoring relationship to once in a while look how this is going, and if you work if you make progress according to the mission statement, and yeah, and also how to be a good mentee. I think it's not so that difficult, but you might have to know that. And your lists have been exceptionally useful for a starting point to write a blog post about this. And yeah, thank you very much.